Happy New Year! One and all, I hope you are all doing marvellous on this, the first day of 2025. Except for our wonderful friends over in Australia and India and all the way over on the far east side of the world. But by far east, I didn't mean let me take that back. That wasn't what I was going for. I mean to the east of where we are. That's not a good start, is it? That's not a good start. Welcome. For those of you who it's now the 2nd of January, still a Happy New Year to you. For those who it is the 1st of January, Happy New Year to you guys all as well. You'll be pleased to know that nothing has changed between Monday and now. I am still a blubbering fool. Welcome in one and all. So let's start and do the introductions properly. So we had a little raid whilst we were setting up earlier on. It's lovely to see you guys in. But let's do the proper hellos. Good evening. I'm MustermannFM, and we're about to play in Finland with IFK Mariehamn, where our 3rd league season is about to start. And we have some wonderful people already here in the chat. RJ is here. Not just as RJ here. RJ was here. He was smelly. He went away. He came back. He's no longer smelly. Now that's a tale of redemption I like to hear. We also have Holly Fab in, who's suffering a little bit with a hangover, but's in a food coma. And as far as I'm concerned, a food coma is the best cure for a hangover. I mean, it doesn't necessarily make the hangover feel better, but just feeling sated is nice. Root is in as well. Welcome in, Root. Welcome in, Project Mbappe. Thank you very much for the follow. GNG is here, and he's resubscribed for 2 months. The gentleman that he is. Now, we then had the raid from Coach Zanko, the glorious, the wonderful, the amazing Coach Zanko. Coach Zanko was doing a save a little bit earlier out in Italy, I believe, with Trestina. And unfortunately, I was lurking and then had to go off to start off the stream. So I hope it was going well for him. And if you're still here, Coach, I'd love to hear from you. And in came with him, came Zenergy. In came Sassmas as well. The glorious Sassmas. The man who makes the Sass skin. He's also resubscribed like the absolute gentleman that he is. I hope he's doing well. I can also say that he is currently in our save of FM. He has come through as a new gen at FC Copenhagen. Unfortunately, we can't scout that far out, so I have no idea if he's any good or not. But the glorious, the wonderful Sassmas is not just here in our hearts, he's here in our game too. DM Bassist is here to say hello and then goodbye because he's off to play Counter-Strike. And to be fair, I don't blame him. Why not? What else should you be doing on a New Year's Day than spending time playing games with friends? Sounds like the perfect plan. Sutat is in over on YouTube. Welcome in, Sutat from Bangkok. I mean, it's like probably somewhere around 2 a.m. in the morning. My word, Sutat, absolutely appreciate you. Welcome in. Crudmo is here. Danny 1981 is here as well. We have, and I'm almost catching up. How about that? El Norby is in. Welcome in, El Norby. Happy year to you, my man. And Knight of Knee. Happy New Year to you, sire. Happy New Year to you. Oleg Saab is in. He asks, where do I live? I live in England, Oleg. Pavel is in as well. Happy New Year, Pavel. Did you settle on a team for your new save, Pavel? Libero is in. I blame too much blood flow to the brain as there is no beanie. That's a fair point. A very, very fair point. Cockooks Melch is here. Dagamar is here as well. Good Evil 12 is here. Gemin BG and Carl Daniel have also followed. Welcome on in. Lovely to see you guys here. Happy New Year to you as well, Fizzy FM. Gav is still there. Gav, catching up is overrated. Just do this for 4 hours. That's kind of the plan. The longer I can stretch this out, the less games we're going to lose on stream, right? That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh, so Cockets Match was not particularly well for New Year. That's a shame. How are you feeling today? Starting to feel a little bit better or still a little under the weather? Hollyfab has just claimed that he is a bad cook. Fair enough. Bad. It doesn't matter. You don't need to be a good cook when you're hungover because all food is amazing when hungover. Ladislav Wagwan says, Ladislav, welcome in, my dude. And Campurinus is here. Hello, happy new year to you. Red Pixel, welcome in, Red Pixel. Why did I not clock you having longer hair until now? I mean, that is my fault. When I started content creation like 18 months ago, I just freshly shaved. So for a while, my appearance in various illustrated forms was bald. So there we go. Now I'm very grateful to see that nobody has has made mention of the fact that the beard is a lot shorter, because I might have had a little bit of a trimming accident yesterday, and I'm very, very distraught. So I'm glad that it didn't get brought up straight away. We're on to a good start. Winning is also overrated, Gav. I agree completely. And Crudmo says he's absolutely woeful, despite having won multiple championships in his save. Campurina says, by the way, I just found out that Kingdom Come Deliverance is free on Epic. Is it now? Interesting. Had it on your wish list since 2019 and never came around to buying it, nor had the time to play it, but maybe now I will. Now that's a New Year resolution I can get on board with. Play Kingdom Come Deliverance. Right, shall we get you guys a little bit up to speed with what's going on in the save, and then we're going to play one of the mini games. So you will have noticed, the eagle-eyed of you will have noticed that the mini-games are no longer listed as 3 separate games. You've just got one button for a mystery mini-game, and I'm basically going to choose the mini-game at random. It's exactly the same. We still have 2 only connects, 2 guess the players, 2 missing 11s. But we've started this stream 2 hours earlier than normal. And so essentially what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that we don't spunk all the mini games out really, really early on in the stream. And we then end up with none towards the later bit. So we're just going to space them out a little bit more. So I hope you guys don't mind too much. So here we are. We are just about to play the opening game of the season against our nemesis, the Lynxes themselves, Ilves. Ilves, the team with the greatest badge in Finland, at least. I might contend that they'll have the greatest badge in football, but I know that is a hotly discussed topic. So I call them our arch nemesis. I mean, let's be fair, chat. It's you guys that call them our arch nemesis. Wrong one. Let's pop there. So in our previous meetings, we've played them 8 times. We've lost 4 times. We've beaten them 3 times, however. So it's not necessarily all that bad. We drew the last one. We shared a win and a defeat in the league last season. We beat them in the Liga Cup last year. They had the better of us in the first season. They didn't win the league last year. They finished as runners up. They won the league the year before, and that's who we open our season against. It's gonna be a tricky game. See how our new system works out against them. We'll see how it goes. Before that, though, we had the Liga Cup in the last stream on Monday evening. This was the competition that we won last year, our first trophy in the save, the first Liga Cup that IFK Mariehamn had ever won, and we bottled it. We absolutely bottled it. Going into the final game of the league stage, we were top of the table. We played Interturku and we took the lead, and Interturku hit back and won 2-1. And that meant we didn't even make it to the semi-finals, let alone the finals to defend it. So we've been licking our wounds a little bit. We've ended up with a whole month's worth of friendlies that I've played through off stream. We've had no changes to the squad in that time at all. So we will be ready to go straight into a game as soon as we get there. But as I said, we've got a mini game to play first. So let's head on over and let's start off with something nice and friendly. We'll go with a quick round of Guess the Player. So how does Guess the Player work, you might be asking? Shockingly, you'll find out the idea is that you need to guess the player. You will see 4 pictures of a footballer from FM24. You're going to see what positions they play, what attributes they have, their scouting report, and then what clubs they've seen, one after another. Your job is to guess as early as possible who that player might be. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The more points you get, the higher up you end up on that lovely little leaderboard there beneath me. Nice and simple, right? Just one thing to be wary of, this is based on FM24, the default database at the start of the game. So if you take a player like Manuel Ugarte, for example, who transferred to Manchester United in real life over the summer, they won't be at Manchester United in the game. So just keep that in mind. And as you can see, those of you may well be able to already see that people are starting to put their guesses in the chat already. So let's head on over, see the very first clue. And as you guys try and make guesses off this relatively little amount of information so far, I will catch up a little bit more on the things that you guys have been saying. So to be clear, when you say 2026, it's next season, or you meant 2025. I can't remember when I said 2026, so I probably said the wrong thing. Very good chance I said the wrong thing. Campurina says we're going to win the league, aren't we? We are. I've got a feeling this is going to be our year. this is definitely going to be our year. So G-Fits, I'm doing very, very well. How are you? Lovely to have you in here. A Libero's New Year's resolution, figure out why my team has suddenly forgotten how to defend on FM. It's the goblins inside the game. They do it specifically to make it hard for us. So we've got some guesses coming in. Jakob Kjellberg is a fine guess. Del Piero, John Duran, all before we had some information revealed. But now the sensible guesses are coming in. We've got Maguire, we've got Gertrude, we've got Skriniar, we've got Yoro, we've got Ignacio. Oh, pardon me again. We've got Ruben Diaz, we've got another Maguire, we've got a Stones, a Van Dijk, a Stones, a Laporte, a Kanji, a Shutalo, a Kubasi, and a Jonathan Tah. Sadly, it's none of those. But this is a player who's quite good at those. Oh, Keanu, 5.
How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel
on a needle? Keanu, 5, bless you very much. Thank you kindly for the subscription. Happy New Year to you indeed. Welcome on in. So where were we up to on the guesses? We got to Jonathan Tah. RJ had guessed Tah, and now we've got a few more coming in. We've got Araujo, we've got Eric Dyer, we've got Urian Timber, Eric Garcia, we've got Tapsoba, we've got Wind Tunnel. It's not the Wind Tunnel, it's the Tavitskis or something I can no longer remember. Could it be Lisandro Martinez? Could it be Lisandro Martinez with jumping reach of 18 and heading 17? Probably not, unfortunately. Could it be Jonathan Brandwaite? Jared Brandwaite. The Timber that isn't at Arsenal. Oh, not Urian. Was it Quentin Timber, isn't it? Quentin Timber. It's not Quentin Timber either, unfortunately. Ahmed Hodzic. Oh my word. No one is meant to get this one at this point. Nobody should have been able to pick up on this one at this point. But we have a correct answer, because how many of you were going to be guessing players from the Swiss Super League? I'll tell you how many people were going to be guessing from the Swiss Super League. One of you, and that wonderful person is Interpol, because he reckons that it just might be Nikola Katic, and it is Nikola Katic. Phenomenal guess, sir. Phenomenal work. I am like that deserves more than just like one or two bits of applause. That like we should be bowing down to you. Sensational work. He spotted it. He looked at that profile and he went, this player can jump, this player can head. He's a little bit rubbish at everything else. It has to be Nikola Katic. And he was right. I tell you. My word, beautiful work. So let's head on into the first game, and I will catch up on a couple of those other bits as well. So Zenergy says, can any of you FM genius types work out why my squad screen keeps resetting back to the SAS view? There may well be, so in preferences, there is something in preferences you can do, I'm pretty certain, which is override. Just check to see. Now, I obviously, I'm not 100% what language you'd be working in there's energy, but you should be able to untick the automatically override custom panels. That might help, but it might also be something to do with how the squad screen is set up, so I can't be 100% certain on that. So just to bear in mind, I could almost look like a pro streamer. That's never going to happen anytime soon, RJ, let's be fair. So Knight of Knee just got Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Always nice to get a free game that has trebuchets, at least in the teaser animation. Aim, set, fire the trebuchet at Ilves. We will indeed. Nickname 123321 is in, and I will be saying your name in full every time. I don't know why it makes me so happy, but it does. Happy New Year to you. Lovely to see you in. So next pint is on Interpol. Next time shall we all head to Estonia, guys? What, like, I'm happy. Let's cancel Friday's stream. Let's all descend upon Estonia. That sounds like it'd be quite fun. I'd welcome in Happy New Year, by the way, to you, Interpol. Obviously, I didn't catch that a little bit earlier. I saw a little bit of D-Boy plays lingering around as well. Welcome in, and Red Pixel and Amir over on YouTube. Lovely to see you guys in. So I've sent the team already. Here we are. This is pretty much our first team lineup. Everyone is kind of fit. We've got essentially the full squad to our who are available. We're going to go. We're giving the start to Kakkonen, the player that Chattel voted on last time to bring in. We've got Dahlstrom and Skoglund are going to be playing the kind of like the more playmakery, dictatory roles. And let's see how it goes. Oh, we've dropped Daniel Enquist. Enquist drops to the bench for this one. I'm not sure if we're going to be happy with that decision at the moment, but after that. Oh right, sorry. So for the big question, did I mean 2025? No, yes I did. Yes, I did mean 2025. Indeed. You see, I've got so far ahead of me. The new year completely confuddled me. Who do you guys think will be the surprise package in 2025? If you want to guess who will be the surprise package in 2026, let me know as well. I think that would be quite fun too. We have some people on board with the idea of an invasion to Estonia. My word, Johnny Trotter. I mean, I'm happy to pick out the pitchforks. Who knows? None of those are sayings, but we'll go with them anyway. I wasn't going to invade. I just thought we could go for a nice friendly visit. But why not invade? Why not invade? We can then use it as our launch pad to get into Finland, and then we get into Finland. We can liberate the Åland Islands, allow them to be Swedish like they really want to be all along. So here we go, into the first game. How about that? Who's going to win the UCL in 2035? I think we all know that the UCL in 2035 is going to be won by Midtjylland. It's going to be won by Midtjylland. That's what I'm going with. Sure, let's go with that. Mustermann will be the surprise package in 2026. I will be starting my own team. Yes, absolutely. Campionius is backing AEK Athens for the Champions League in 2035. A bold claim, but probably as good as any of us know. So Levi's in. Good evening, Levi. How are you doing, sir? I hope you've had a wonderful new year. Into our first game after 33 minutes. This is going light speed. 19 minutes, I'll have you know. 19 minutes we're into the first game. And while Skoglund's on the floor, Kakkonen gets his header on target. Sadly not enough behind it. It looks like, yeah, Skoglund was faking it. He's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Libero says, invade Estonia. I already took over that country on an FM save. Took me 35 years, but won the Champions League out of Estonia. Phenomenal work, Libero. That is why you're a connoisseur, quite clearly. Kometio with the ball, plays it forward to Kakkonen. Here's Stavitsky. It's not the Stavitsky. It's not the Stavitsky. It is the Stavitsky. He lungs it in. Lundberg. Yes, that's what we like.
He's the man in the box.
Boom, there we go. Against our alleged bogey team, we're 1-0 up, and it's Arvid Lundberg. What a header. What a header. So where else were we? We've got a few bits here. Let us have our massive fan says El Petito, Patrick Schick, Puskas Award, UCL and Bundesliga Golden Boot, transfer record transfer to Real Madrid to replace Mbappe, and a Ballon d'Or. That's what we're going with. We're going for Patrick Schick supremacy. As here comes Ilves on the edge of the box. Ali Milmarki always causes us problems, but he gets rid of the ball, plays it out to Costa. He plays it back inside to the man I hate. Milmarki away from goal to Arifi, Bulgakov. We managed to get the tackle in, but we can't keep hold of it, and Snore tips the shot round the post. Eesh, here we go. Everton. Quadmo is going for Everton being the surprise package. They will surprise us all in their mediocrity. I'm sure that'll be the case. So Cockroach says, I hope my new team is better than AC Moneyball. No, we're going to try and pick up where they left off in being just as bad if possible. Costas is in. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, my dude. I hope you are well. May you and your teams exceed expectations. Bless you kindly. So the day any Belgian team wins the UCL, maybe it will happen in 25. Here's Persson on a yellow card. Feeds Lundberg with a great first touch. Can't get the shot off. And he was blocked by mother and father, Ma and Pa with a block there. But from the throwing, can we do something here? We play it to okay, Stavitsky with the shot, unfortunately. Too close to Vittala, and it's easily held. Right, so, as a Spurs fan, we will be the surprise package by going down. Not feeling confident then, Libero. That's a shame. FM Console is here. It might only be brief. He can't stay long. He's got a New Year roast. But how are you doing, FM Console? If you haven't checked out his recent video about the implications of Sports Interactive's most recent financial results, definitely pop on over to YouTube and check it out. Now, obviously, hold on for a few hours. No, don't. It is genuinely worth dropping off this stream. Go watch it. It's just 20 minutes. A really, really interesting video from a man whose expertise is literally in auditing. So he knows what he's talking about. He knows what he's talking about. That's a pretty good first half, I think. A pretty good first half. I mean, they did have a couple of good chances. They had that chance for that went quite a bit over. We had the save from Snore as well. But I'm kind of content with that. And naturally, if I'm content with a scoreline, the only thing that we can do from here is make a substitution. I don't like players on yellow cards. I don't like to risk it. We're in a good position. The worst thing that could happen is we go down to 10 men and we seize that momentum. But at 1-0, we'll just stay business as it is, business as usual even, keep it as it is. See if we can maybe pick out a second goal and then we can look to kill it off. As Kakinen gets away from his man, but Arifi steps in. Skoglund there with the foul. A little bit too eager. So Crew Alexandra will win the Champions League in 2035. That is a very bold take from Jonathan over on YouTube. I'm not against it. It'd be lovely for something like that to happen. So Holyfab just hopes that they won't go bankrupt. That's fair. To be fair, AC was heavily hamstrung. That's fair. That is fair. On the other hand, Porto did it. Exactly. Skoglund had a really good chance there. I don't think there was anything to say that Crew or AEK or a Belgian team couldn't win the Champions League in 2035. If you go back 10 years, nobody would have actually. No, it's all been pretty predictable for the last 10 years, hasn't it? 2035 is only 10 years away. That's crazy. As Hackler's shot is blocked by Wrighton. Good defending there. Let's tell the guys to focus. We are going to look to make a change. Savalainen now is on a booking. Kakinen's been okay, but I think we can get a little bit more out of that position. Here, Skoglund plays the ball forwards. Nowhere near Savitsky, unfortunately, and Argum gets it clear. Right, so the changes we're going to look at is we're going to push Skoglund up a little bit higher. Push Skoglund a little higher. We're going to bring on Diane. Diane can play. Do we play Diane? No, we pop Diane into the more workhorsey area. His fresh legs. Let's get some fresh legs right into the heart of our midfield there. And Kuisinen is going to come on for the booked Savalainen, I think. But in terms of making any major changes tactically, we've got to learn to stop tweaking. Learn to stop tweaking. That's what we're going for. So RJ would be happy with a Conference League or even a Europa, which are more likely to happen. Quite possibly, but as I said, we never know. Kuitinen came on and got booked straight away, so let's take that instruction off to tackle harder. Here's a Kerake. Can he find Dahlstrom? He can. I pointed at Dahlstrom. He played it to Dahlstrom. That's what we like to see. Lundberg. His touch unfortunately showed himself backwards. We could have possibly found one of the runners going beyond if he had a better first touch there. Now here's a Kerake into Lundberg. Lundberg's able to find Enquist. Plays it back to Dahlstrom. Can Dahlstrom do something here? He can't, but he can find Enquist. We're going backwards, lads. Let's go forwards. Here's Deanne. Deanne's shot is really kind of underwhelming. Very, very underwhelming. Let's be fair. And we've just got the one substitution left, so we're gonna bring it up to about 10-minute mark to go, and then we're gonna look to start killing time. As Stavitsky's hits the roof of the net. That's the point where we start to say, just waste time, lads. We tell them to waste time first, then we do the substitution. So that substitution can waste a little bit more time potentially. But are we going to regret it? Because here's a Reefy with the corner into the near post. That's an equaliser from Mohamed Umar. Oh, there we go. That's what we get for. I mean, the time wasting wouldn't have made much difference in that respect. But here, we didn't take our chances. We didn't kill them off. Umar gets there first. It's a lovely looping header into the corner. Why do we have a man on the post? Why do we have a man on the post when he doesn't even do anything? He just stood there and watched. So, last change, we're going to bring on Skoglund. And as much as Slayman even, we're going to bring off Skoglund. As much as I'm disappointed that we haven't won, I don't want us to go crazy. A draw is a great result. Maybe we can grab something here. Enquist with the corner this time. Here's Kamecho. Kamecho's header ends up straight at Vitala. That was the chance, surely. That was surely the chance. Hung Min is in, by the way. Welcome in, Hung Min. And are you arriving just on time for Ilves to turn things around? Costa from distance. Snore earning his money. That's possibly the best we've seen of Snore so far. But it's another corner, and it's a reefy to deliver once again. Can we protect that near post area? They seem to be wasting time. Maybe they're not that worried about getting a win. We get it clear. Reisman does his job. It goes out for a throw-in. 5 minutes remain in the first game of the season. I feel like we've done pretty well. Oh no. Why do I say these things? Alan Milmarki. He's taking his time too. He sends it in. It's in at the near post. Dahlstrom gets there first, but Pickarainen back to Milmarki. Back to Pickarainen. The shot, though. The shot is a little bit poor. He was leaning back. It was always going over. Nothing to be worried about. Nothing whatsoever to be worried about. So El Norby reckons that Atalanta and Dioscure will be the surprise package in 25, and Wrexham will be the surprise package in 26. Fair dues. I, again, can't necessarily argue with any of that at all. Right, 1-1. Let's be fair. Ilves had the better quality chances. 1.23 XG from just 8 shots, but I'm pretty happy with that. I would love to have won on the opening day. We played well. We created chances. We didn't finish off some very, very good ones. And a draw isn't the worst result that can happen. So there we go. I sympathise. I sympathise with you guys. I would have liked to win to start the season off, but we have won the opening game of the last 2 seasons, and then it's all fallen apart from there. So maybe this is the new way of doing things. We do have a game just 4 days later, so we go straight into a game against TPS, and then we're at home against Ekenas on the Saturdays. 3 games in a week, which is a nice way to start the season. So let's see. Union is being recommended. They lose their best players every year at the moment. I mean, that is unfortunately the way it tends to be, doesn't it? Let's be honest. Like, Belgium are always going to find their best players plundered. Unless, they get some mega investors potentially. Thank you very much for the hydrate. Cockroach Melch reckons that Ipswich can stay up. I think that's a fair shout indeed. Ladislav reckons that Man United will somehow get even worse, and that will be the surprise. I was going to say, I don't think it's a surprise at all. So, not sure that's possible, is it, Ladislav? Indeed. So I really started a big question with that UCL 35. It's a much better question than the one I asked. I love it. So FM Console says, if I can have more comments not slagging off women's football, it'd be most welcome. Comments are slightly toxic today. That's a shame. That's a bit of a shame. So yes, head on over, watch the video, add some nice comments that actually make sense, are relevant to the video as well. Because there's nothing more energy sapping than being that idiot who can't get their head around the fact that women's football is a thing that exists and is perfectly legitimate. They have to mention it even when it has zero relevance to the conversation. But there we go. Slaymar when? We got Slaymar a little bit at the end there. So I know I didn't really mention women's football as well, as it has an impact, but the overall Project Dragonfly as well, I was going with it. Indeed. So for the real big question, let me see there. You see Palmer being the surprise package. That would be quite nice. It'd be good to see Palmer back in the big time. All those fond memories from the 90s especially. Pardon me. So, my save in Portugal is going well. Finished Liga 3 with only 1 loss. A fantastic season. Fantastic indeed. TPV have come in with a loan bid of absolutely nothing. No, we're not. We'll be losing Fonsell on a free transfer at the end of the season, or we're trying to get rid of Fonsell. Nobody's been willing to bid on him. But if we're not going to get at least his wages covered, we'll keep him around for the squad. If we have to pay his wages, we might as well make use of him. Mohamed, let's see. I'm not a big fan of Mohamed, unfortunately. A great name, but he's a long way off in terms of being particularly serviceable to us in the defensive side of things. Not particularly great at the kind of the key things you'd want from he's a striker, I'm thinking of Jama Mohamed. Jama Mohamed is our right back, our young right back. This is a striker. I don't care about that side. Okay, I'm fine with him. We can give him a contract. Like, we're not going to have really, really good players that coming through our youth academies. He might have a chance of being serviceable. We'll say full time. We'll remove all of those, and we'll say 250. We'll say the minimum of 240. He will come back and say full time, 300 again. We'll go down to 275, and we'll win the deal. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. That should just about keep us through. Man, FM24 and corners. It is what it is, isn't it, though? Like, we're used to it by now. We have players at the near post. We have players at the far post. We will score some goals from corners. We will concede some. It's all right. Never belting Ilves, says Campio Arenas, despite us beating them twice last season. We will never beat them. Ilves are all over us like a pack of lynxes. I mean, they had like 3 corners. We were fine. That's a great result against the team that are meant to be better than us. So are we going to make some changes for this game, though? That's the key question. We are. We're going to bring in Danny Rockman. Get the smirk out there. Let's pop Fortuna onto the bench. Otherwise, I think we can stick with what we've got. Enquist chucked in a couple of reasonable crosses in that second half as well. Let's restore him back to the lineup and head for our away game against TPS. Now, this is usually the point. This is where we started the season with a pretty decent result, and it's all gone downhill from there. Will Jääskeläinen was a player we considered signing earlier this season, but didn't want to pay the 50,000 euros or so it would cost. So here we go. This is a chance for him to prove us wrong. Seen enough, must out, says Campiorinus. Oh dear. What team is Hung Min managing in Portugal, asks Knight of Knee. So yes, Hung Min, what team are you managing at the moment? So Hung Min reckons that Atlanta are going to win the Serie A. That's your hope, at least. There's someone in this stream called Captain Hindsight. I can't commend that name highly enough. Captain Hindsight is a phenomenal name. It is indeed. So, Bruges managed to keep their players longer thanks to good management for the past 15 years and good European results. Quite possibly. So, Hung Min, do we have a new minigame today? We don't have new ones. Same games, but they're going to be random. We're going to manage the flow of the games just a little bit more because this might be a slightly longer stream. Right, we're playing in green this time. TPS in white. They're coming forward here. Saravicki in behind. It's a good save from Snore. And we immediately, we're going to tell the players just to calm down. Relax. It's okay. Just play normally. Lundberg gets it clear, but here's Womberg. Feeds it back to Wendon Thompson, and he's offside. We're okay. We breathe. So Mariehamn doesn't like lynxes. We don't. Zenergy says, the only live football game I've ever been to was a women's match. It was a great game too. Fantastic. What was the game, Zenergy? What was the game? Oh my, the Londinian Stoke City plays today. They do indeed. Is it Arsenal versus Brentford? I think it's Brentford they're up against. So Savalainen is on a booking already early in the game. Whilst this highlight's going on, we will just make that little change there. And let's see what's actually going to happen. It's a lot of passing the ball around in the back areas. We're being patient. Here's Dahlstrom finding the space, pushes forwards, feeds it out to Skoglund. Skoglund plays it back inside. Enquist unfortunately has his back to goal still. We've finally moved it through. Dahlstrom plays it. Lundberg with a header on. Here's Rockman. Danny Rockman has scored.
Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for Mariehamn.
Danny Rockman. That's his first senior goal for the club. Marvellous moments. A lovely knock-on from Lundberg, and that's what we want from the shadow striker, running beyond his man. But can TPS respond straight away? They can't. Their header is over. It's a yellow card for another player. It's a wide playmaker. He's not going to be tackling much. That's absolutely fine. Right, Enquist wins the ball back. We play it out to Skoglund, who goes back. Dahlstrom tries to find some space. He does. Here's Skoglund once more. He managed just to very, very sensibly move the ball through the lines. Here's Stavitsky. Stavitsky unfortunately denied by Will Jääskeläinen. They could have been teammates. Where were we? Momo looks great. Momo looks okay. I did get him wrong. I did get him mixed up with Jamo. We'll need to call them Momo and Jamo. So Hung Min is managing FC Berense. Berense even. And we've got another yellow card. Here we go with another free kick, this time just inches wide. Inches wide. And none of them, we are... Let's just pop in here. Let's tell them not to get stuck in. The referee is clearly wanting to stamp down his authority. He's sending out a message to our players that we're not allowed to foul. So DM Basis is going to Florida next year. So I'm aiming to get to see Orlando Pride. If I could see Marta live, that would be awesome. That would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. When are you heading along? Sorry, it's this year. Of course. Well, look, I can't criticise. I don't know the difference between 2025 and 26, so it all counts there. So Zenergy, it was Arsenal versus Fulham. Arsenal won something like 5-0 as well. Incredible stuff. That Arsenal squad is really stacked too. Some great players there. So Brentford is beating Arsenal tonight, and Abraham is not scoring just to mess with everyone's FPL. That's all right. I'm all in favour of a Johan Wissa hat-trick if we could. So I'm happy with the first half. I'm a little bit concerned about the number of yellow cards. We didn't bring in a proper right back because we do feel that we've got some youngsters that can potentially step in there if needs be. Do I stick Queetonen out there? I do stick Queetonen out there. So Savalainen is coming off for the second game in a row because of a yellow card, which is never a good sign. Never a good sign at all. Into the second half. So Dagomar is from Barreiro. Hope you're doing a good job with the team. Oh, the pressure is on now, Hungdamin. He's a rock man. He's a rock star, indeed. We should do that as a... Here's Stavitsky with the cross. It was never going to quite make it, but this one might. Lundberg doesn't even challenge for it, and TPS are able to clear their lines. Here comes Lepisto. Can he do it alone? He can't. He plays it back to Romberg, and there it all peters out. So let's see. Indeed, DMB does have Mustermann's disease of not understanding years at all. And so, Knight of Knee says that's great going there, Hungdamin. A fantastic achievement with Berenze. As here comes TPS, that's going to be an equaliser. It's not. He was offside anyway. I'll be honest, I thought that was about to be a penalty. You know my relationships with penalties here. We've seen that TPS seem to have had a couple of moments early in this half as Gabay, whatever his name is, fires wide with a deflection on the way through. Sager to take the corner. Crosses it in, it's at the near post. We managed to get there first, but it's back out wide with Sager. Wendon Thomason back to Gronblum, all the way across to Shivanen. Just keep on pushing them backwards. This is good. And now we're kind of back into our settled shape. Out, back to Shivanen. Is there still actually something going to come of this highlight, or is this just a load of time being wasted here? Gibber skips inside. There we go. That was worth it. That was definitely worth it. Right, we are just going to drop the tempo a little bit. We are going to possibly just try and spread the play a little bit as well. Make them work a bit harder, make them have to defend wider. See if we can get some control onto this game. The change won't come for a bit, and here's TPS once again. Here's Sawakivi, back to Gronblum, to Ikonen. Ikonen plays it out wide. Here's Wendon Thomason with the first time cross. Wrighton gets it clear, but not far. Ikonen shoots straight at Snore. That was a lazy shot. Right, we have a look at the momentum. I mean, yeah, it has very much been TPS. Hopefully, though, we can start to get some control. Not right now, though. Here's Hagstrom's throw with the cross. Romberg beat into the air by Queetonen. Gabert has so much space, but he fires over. Right, we need to make some changes, and those changes are going to start with not the statistics. Unfortunately, we took Fortuna off the bench, so it's going to be Dejan on. Dejan is a little bit more of a defensive player. He's going to play over on the left here. We are just going to bring it back a little bit. We're going to defend a bit more. And we're going to defend by putting Dahlstrom higher up. Going into a more traditional 4-1-4-1. On the left, Skoglund's yellow card. Let's have somebody who can put a little bit more fight in. So we'll do it something a little bit like that. We will, though, move those back down. So we're going more defensive by shape rather than by instructions. Let's see if anything can happen here. But it is once again another TPS throw-in. One does not just walk to Floridor. Not indeed. Here's Carlson. Carlson, there's the run. There's the run. He should have played Romberg in. We are grateful for some bad decision-making there. Come on, let's get a second. Here. Queaton's header unfortunately goes over. We've been very much second best this second half. Right, Gabe now with the throw-in to Romberg. Gabe plays it to Romberg again. We've got to get rid of the ball. Oh, Juhi, no. Juhi, no. Oh, Juhi. He stepped in. He made the challenge. He did everything he needed to do. There he was. And then what was that? Nor had no chance. Poor Juhi. You know, he just evidently wasn't quite fresh for the game. He came in, he just wasn't up to it. We'd finally turned it around in terms of momentum. And a sucker punch at the end there. So we need to go back to it. We need to go back to what we were doing before. We are going to pop these here. Deanne can play in a defensive capacity, so we'll have him in a defensive capacity. Akerake will come off, and we will just up the tempo. That's all we're going to do. Is we're going to play wider. We're going to up the tempo. Let's make sure that we can do something here. And the last change, is it going to be Slayman? No. Enquist is tired. It's going to be Person. Person is our person of interest right here. Let's pull this back. We can do this. So where were we? Right. Dagomar. So it's local team in FM24 has a crazy striker named David Calderon. Helped you a lot. 94th minute. There were only meant to be 3 minutes of injury time. Is this a highlight or just the end of the game? It looks like it might just be the end of the game. Queaton sends it back in. Jaskalainen claims, we've thrown it away, lads. 80 plus minutes once again. Lasse Ikonen latching on to Juhi's error. No less than TPS deserved. I mean, this was the inverse of the last game, wasn't it? Where we've had fewer chances, but of a better quality. They've had more chances, slightly worse quality, but finishes 1-1 once again. That's not a sympathise. That's a disappointment, I'm afraid. We threw that one away. Oh, lads. So you're heading in mid-October, so hopefully just before the playoff breaks. Marvellous. Where are we? So Jack Odom is from Orlando. They love their teams here. Welcome in, Jack. Lovely to have you in, my dude. Night of Knee says, is the Orlando team the one with the lion in the MLS? And we'll see if I'm a little bit behind, but we may have had an answer to that. So Dagmar says that Berense also have a nice attacking midfielder, I believe. Unfortunately, you can't play FM24, so if you could, you would have played with them too. Fair enough. Lepisto says Crudmo. Lepisto. Indeed, Hungdamin has pointed out that Noeri is starting for Arsenal. He has, with Saka now out injured for a couple of months. Nwaneri is in the starting lineup. Should be interesting to see how he gets on. Right. Set those there. Juhi is now... Unfortunately, the only way we can really respond to that mistake is to drop Juhi for the next match entirely. Not even on the bench. He's got to learn the hard way, I'm afraid. So Arteta took my insults personal. He wants his team to be less Brexit. I mean, Nwaneri for Saka doesn't exactly make them less Brexit. So Cockroach Melch, my brain clogged out for a couple minutes, came back to just keep pushing it out. Is this Midwife Simulator 2024? We should definitely play Midwife Simulator. Oh god, that would be horrendous, wouldn't it? That would be horrendous. Bremo has scored for Arsenal, for Brentford even. We're getting relegated, says Campurinis. My word. I love that you guys come in and you're so negative and you want me sacked. What an assist. I know. Do you think Juhi gets a bonus for that? Do you think that Juhi gets a bonus for the assist? It was a brilliant finish. FBL teams in the mud. Arse pain is something common after celebration, talking about Mary pain and arse pain for the goals conceded. Everyone in my league has him but me, says Campurinis. I don't have him in my league. I feel your pain, but I've kind of already given up on fantasy football now for the season. Just everything's not quite gone right. I don't want to rub salt in Arsenal's wounds, to be honest. Fair. I think Midwife Simulator would definitely get banned on Twitch. I mean, you've seen the kind of stuff that Twitch can broadcast. I think we'll be fine. We'll be absolutely fine. So IFK Mariehamn Juventus, we're being called. Oh my. We're going to be a drawing master. Fair. We have drawn 2 games. That does mean we will probably draw every game from here on in. So, Rockman scored, Lundberg assisted. I'm quite happy with that element. Skoglund wasn't necessarily great, but wasn't awful. I think... Do we bring... No, we'll stick with what we've got there. It's happy with these guys. I'm going to tell Savalainen to not tackle harder straight away. Every 3 yellow cards is a suspension in this league. And so 2 games into the season, Savalainen's already 1 yellow card away from suspension. So here we go. Against Ekenas, we beat them in pre-season. But pre-season means nothing. Pre-season means nothing. So we're going to point the finger. The fans expect to win. I want some good performances. None of this faith. I expect good performances going into this one. So I don't want you sacked. I think with all your skills and experience combined and with a bit of luck, we can definitely finish 8th. That's the vote of confidence I'm looking for. Campionaro says, I truly believe Mustermann's abilities can at least help us fight against relegation. Maybe. We might just do. At least he hasn't lost yet. Exactly. That's more like the positive to the Holy Fab. We expect you to bravely battle against relegation. We do. I actually haven't checked. I think it's top half finish, isn't it? So they're expecting us to finish in the top 6, which is really where our expectations should be. To be serious. I will hydrate. Thank you very much, El Norby. So nothing much happening in these early exchanges. Feels like the momentum's with us, it is, but we're not really creating any good chances. The first highlight, though, starts with them playing very easily through the press. Back to FM off. FM off is often a problem for us. Into Richtstad. Taimi plays it back inside to Stuglis. Stuglis out to Richtstad. They're just toying with us. Toying with us like a cat and a half-dead rat. Back to Taimi. Taimi across to Lindholm. Beautiful ball through for Fana to make it 1-0. That's 1-0, but the flag is up. The flag is up. It's going to be ruled out. Beautiful stuff. Top 6, we're getting sacked. Enough of that now, Campiorinus. We are going to win the league. Definitely win the league. Because here we go. Here's Stavitsky. Can he get the ball in? He overruns it. And there we go. Danny Rockman wearing the number 2.
Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for Mariehamn.
Look at that piece of skill from Timo Stavitsky. Cuts back, runs past the ball to fake the defender out, then comes back to it. Beautiful stuff. That is the stuff of dreams. Pardon me, as was that burp. Can we make it 2-0 before half-time? Skoglund at the far post, heads over. We need to do some more work on our heading. There we go. But you gotta have faith. We've gotta have faith, FMGNG. Absolutely. It is about the Stavitskys. And this is possibly also about the Rockmans. Rockman with the cross. Here's Lundberg. Can't quite get over it properly, and that's another header over the bar. Rockman and rolling. Exactly, Night and Knee. Rockman and rolling. Right, it's a good end to the half. Look, if we could just add a second, let's put ourselves into a slightly more comfortable position, preferably before the 80th minute when we're bound to concede. We're going to just knock the ball around in midfield. Here's Rockman now. It's come through to Skoglund. Skoglund makes it 2-0. That's what we asked for. He sat the keeper down. Stay on the floor, Hatfout. Stay on the floor. We are being carried by our talent, says Campiorinus. And who assembled that talent? Campiorinus? Here's Skoglund. There we go. Kicks it kind of straight at the keeper, who's too busy trying to do some sick kind of slide to actually bother trying to save the ball. But that does mean we'll go in 2-0 at half-time. 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline. That was the stuff of dreams, as that was that burp. Can't wait for Out of Context Mustermann on YouTube. Lundberg! Oh, what a save from Hatfout. That was a beautiful save. Beautiful save from the keeper there. Right, another corner, this time into the far post. Kumetia can't win the header. Kumetia is so tall, he's so good in the air. Bless him. Bless him. Kumetia to Stavitsky. Stavitsky shoots from distance, unfortunately going over. The keeper does a little dive, but he doesn't even stretch out his arms. He knew it wasn't a threat. A decent first half. I mean, it took a while to build up. We conceded a goal that was offside, but other than that, we have restricted Ekenas to pretty much nothing so far. We've got to be happy with that. And despite telling Savalainen not to tackle harder, he has picked up his third yellow card in 3 games. Bless him. Bless his soul. He is nothing if not consistent. Rockman scored, then Scotland scored. How about that? This team is an Olawale away from contending for top 4. If only. But then Olawale has bankrolled this team. Olawale has done a great service. And Rockman taking over his number 2 shirt has certainly started well. He will be our new hero. It's time for new heroes. Tell them not to get complacent, says Quadmo. We just need to trust in Slaymar. We do. I mean, if Limbo continues to not score, we may well be bringing on Slaymar. And a Shambost away from a relegation battle. No comment at all. So we've already done our thing there, but can we say anything? We can't. We've told them that we're happy. We are just going to kill and expand. Let's just make sure that we stay in control. We're going to stay in control. We're not going to concede a goal in like the first 5 minutes of the second half. I'm going to guarantee that won't happen by saying it out loud. So no complacency here. No complacency. They're not about to pull one back immediately. Definitely not. Mega Man is known as Rockman in Japan. That's a useful bit of information. Something we can definitely do with that. Here's Rishtad. Rishtad turns, fires over immediately. Rokuman. I'm a Rokuman. We could do some work with that. We could do some. The thing is though that the little bit of Argent who did God Gave Rock and Roll to You, they wrote it originally. Kiss did the cover. Argent are from the city I'm from, so I'm probably gonna force you guys to be lumbered with that, just out of sentiment for my hometown, the same hometown that Enter Shikari came from. I went to school with them, you know. Here's Rishtad, plays it into Fofana. Fofana is offside, surely. Yes, he is. No worries there. Nothing, no worries whatsoever. Snorbans represent exactly. Right, into the last 20 minutes or so. On comes Jimmy, the Slayman. Comes in as a deep flowing forwards. Skoglund's doing all right. Okay is doing all right. Dalshamar, those 3 are the 3 who are looking tired. Diane is the only player who can really defend, so we'll just bring him on again. Fresh legs in midfield. That's all we just don't want to be switching off because we're getting a little bit tired. Snorbans, so that's why he signs Snore. Indeed, it's the posh affectation. His name's actually Snulb. Here we go. Crosses in. Stuglis gets it clear. Skoglund though can get there first. Skoglund is going to wait before playing it back, and that's not a highlight. That wasn't a highlight at all. Just like edging us with the idea that there might be something exciting happening. But that is going to be Skoglund's last moment. He's very tired now. We're going to bring on Fartuna. We've still got one more stoppage after this, so we can up the time wasting. Tell them to have faith, and we'll make the last change with just a few minutes left to go. Here's Slayman. Slayman's not quite there. Just unfortunately, once again, just beyond the frame of the goal. So Dahlstrom and Enquist and Kumetio are looking tired. Obviously, it's been 3 games in a week. 3 times in a week. I bet you think you're pretty clever, don't you, boy? So we need a Snorlax sound effect for every snore makes. Interesting. What is a Snorlax? I know nothing. I do apologise. I'm a proper old man. I know nothing about Pokemon. Nothing whatsoever. So what kind of does Snorlax make a snoring noise? That would make sense to me at least. That's got to be a penalty. A penalty, ref. Penalty, ref. That should have been 3-0. I just want to go on the record that yes, we might have won. We might have won, but that should have been 3-0. But it doesn't matter, because 2-0 is still 2-0, and you know what that means. Our first Mariehamn of the league season. Beautiful stuff. For a very, very deserved win. And the timing has been absolutely incredible too, because we're just about to come out of this game and head into an ad break. So how about that? After exhausting my arms over that brief 20 seconds, I can now get up, catch my breath, and be ready to come back for the next handful of games. So we did see that Karkinen picked up an injury right at the end of the game. We saw the little orange arrow, just a couple of days, so that's fine. And then we've got a cup game coming up in midweek, so a chance for us to rotate players, which is marvellous. Right, I will see you guys in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm back and I'm on mute, and during all that time, now if there were any lip readers in the chat, you will know that I was saying very, very mean things about Crodmo. That's the only thing I do. Accusing me of ruining my lungs on the break. Now, I'll be honest, I would have ruined my lungs on the break had I not actually been exhausted from pumping my arms in the air. I couldn't smoke after that. But anyway, there we go. The bullying is coming in. Don't bully the Crodmo, says Crodmo. Crodmo, I'm happy to bully you, but bullying me, that's where I draw the line. Cockroach Mouse saying that the most eloquent I sounded this stream was whilst I was on mute. That cuts deep, mainly because it's true. It's very, very true, unfortunately. So we have a game redeemed. The game we're going to be playing next is going to be a round of Guess the Player. No, it's not. It's going to be a round of Missing 11 even. That's what I meant to press, and we've got to make sure here that I just make sure that everything is all set up and ready to go. And here's how Missing 11 works. I'm going to reveal the game that we're looking for, and your job is to guess who was in the starting lineup of that game for that team. Basically, type it into chat. This works both on Twitch and on YouTube. And if you get it correct, the names will reveal themselves immediately. Now, you guys can guess beforehand if you really, really want to. But if you get one correct, I'm going to undo the correct answer before I reveal the answer. So you're going to be putting yourself, you could potentially be putting out ideas into other people's heads and not getting the points for them. So be wary. Now, all our games come with a maximum of 5 points per player. You get a point for every correct answer you put out there. If you get 6 correct answers, you're still only going to get 5 points. And if someone else put the same answer as you very, very close in proximity, they will get the point if you've got over 5 points already. So just be aware of that. You can call it the Crodmo rule. You could call it the Holy Fab rule. You could call it the Ladislav Almasi rule as well. Just want to level the playing field. There is also, for this game today, there is a bonus point for whoever can work out what was significant about the game. Now, to do that, you need to know what the game was. So, let's reveal it and get your fingers ready. We're looking for the Newcastle team in the Premier League on the 28th of August 2004. So, who was playing in the starting lineup for Newcastle United on the 28th of August 2004? We have some guesses coming in. Oh, don't worry, your guesses are coming through. I've just got to do this. So O'Brien is correct, Butt is correct, Gibbon is correct as well. There isn't a Taylor. There isn't a Shearer either, unfortunately. Out Farby has come in with Clivert. Clivert was indeed playing up front in that game. Dyer didn't start. Solano didn't start either. There wasn't a Smith or a Dummett. Crodmo's picked up on Craig Bellamy. There was a Craig Bellamy. Somebody has spelt a name wrong. We've got a Genis. Genis is in there. We've got a Laurent Robert as well. Andrew Hughes, Andy Hughes, Stephen Carr. We've just got one player to come. Just the left back that remains. Do we know what was significant about the game? Zenergy Mashups has said, is it the Dyer Bowyer fight? It's not the Dyer Bowyer fight. And the final one has come in. We've got somebody. It is Holy Fab has picked up that it is Bernard. It was not. Was that in that game? If it was in that game, it might. I thought that was a different game because Stephen Taylor played in that game. I didn't attend this game. And it's all right if people don't get if they don't get this right. No, the Bowyer Dyer fight. The scoreline was 3-0 in that game. So that was the same year. That was in April 2004. This was the following season on August 2004. Great knowledge. It was indeed Aston Villa versus Newcastle for the Bowyer Dyer fight, but it was a different game there. I didn't attend the game. It's a game where Newcastle wore black and white. I mean, that's not really significant, unfortunately. You might well be true, Campiuranis, but it wasn't significant. RJ is questioning whether this was a French team because they have Laurent Robert, Hughes, and Olivier Bernard. I mean, Hughes isn't a particularly... Is Hughes a particularly French surname? I don't think of Hughes as being a French surname personally, but there we go. Villa 1 for 1, says Hollyfab. My word. Exactly Hughes as well. I was just wondering if there was also like potentially a French Hughes that could have possibly been there. So was it the last time that Villa was first in the Premier League? That's not a bad guess. It wasn't a particularly personal question this time round. The connection was it was Bobby Robson's last ever game as manager. There we go. Don't expect anyone necessarily to get it. Just, there's something that I thought we could link in on. So the Solano derby was a fine guess as well. There used to be a French goalkeeper called Angelo Hugues. Archie's grandpa was called Robert. Would never have guessed that. Nice 0-pointer there for Ladislav Almasi. You had some good guesses coming out there, just unfortunately not quite the right ones. Not Joel Dummett, but Paul Dummett was probably just a little bit too late. I think Solano might have left by then as well. So a little bit too early for Solano, but some fabulous guesses. Didn't they replace Robson with Souness? Quite possibly. So Jay Teller is in. Good evening, Jay Teller. Happy New Year. How are you doing? It was also Lee Hendry's 50th appearance for Villa. Fair enough. Right, we're into the cup game. I did press continue for a little bit whilst we were off there. And we're gonna ring the changes for this. That will bring in Artie Marty for his debut. Queetonen will come in for one of these guys. Reitonen's in better form, so let's give Reitonen the rest. Give Kumetia on there. He comes back in. He gets the start. Foncel at the base. Diane out wide. Oh, I'm about to burp. But I didn't quite manage to hit the mute button in time. I do apologise for that. Smooth indeed. Oops. And then, so there we've got Fortuna and Slayman. I think that's pretty much a completely changed lineup except for Cometio. Cometio won't play the full game. We're going to bring on Lofgren at some point during the course of the game. We're going to bring on Willie Nunes as well at some point. So we should have a reasonably fresh team ready for the next game afterwards. Fortuna and Foncel aren't match fit, but that's little to worry about. So this is a match we should be winning. Make sure we do. We'll stick to the plan. They're reserves. We're going to say stick to the plan. We're going to tell them that we have faith in them. We're going to go out there and we're going to absolutely thrash HJS. We're going to thrash HJS. That's the plan at least, right? Solano was playing just for Villa. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant, is that it was after Solano had left Newcastle. Sorry, it was Lee Hendry's 50th booking. That feels more believable. Fortuna with the corner in. Here's Queeton's header onto the roof of the net. Nothing much happening there, unfortunately. Rip Sir Bobby Robson. Rip indeed. A gentleman of the game. Yes, not muted. Cometio, great save from Varanen. Yeah, there's the button is on top of the microphone, and I evidently missed the button as I hit the top of it. Well, this is the professional stuff you're here for. It's the third corner of the game to generate a chance, and this time Queetonen puts it away. Football set piece manager 2004 in full flow. It's a nice. I wish we had more control over like the delivery type. That's a lovely flat delivery. Lots of pace, lots of whip there. Lovely stuff. There's a nice interception from Karkinen, and now he's racing onto it. And can Karkinen make it 2-0? Unfortunately, he just dallies on it a little bit too long. The defender comes back and recovers, but that's okay because it's set piece manager 24. Here we go again. Person into the far post. Kumetia is beaten in the air this time. Too much fizzy soda, most definitely. Free Willie. Willie will be freed at some point during this game. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it far? It's faster than a locomotive. It's Mustermann burping, says Knight of Knee. Indeed. Damsgaard might be the smoothest operator in the Premier League. Has he just scored a goal or done something quite nice in the game, Ladislav? We scored from a corner. We did. Again, ban corners in my opinion. Ban them outright. Just all of them should be on short delivery for every team. Is Karkinen's shot bit rubbish. Just give penalties instead. I mean, that's pretty much how we defend, isn't it, right? We see that there's a possibility the opposition will get a corner, so we concede a penalty instead. Everything should be throw-ins, even goal kicks and penalties. I could be on board with that. Like if you had to take a throw-in from like right next to the goal as well. So if it goes behind for a corner, you have to take it from where the ball went out of play. That could be quite fun. Nothing specific about Damsgaard, just the way he glides around the pitch. Fair enough. Right, I'd love to see a penalty scored with a header. That would be impressive. Right, Shu, he plays it through his Slayman, his shot's deflected wide. It's another corner. We do love a corner. A throw-in from the penalty spot. A throw-in from the penalty spot would be amazing. And obviously you can't score direct from a throw-in, even an attacking throw-in. So you'd have to throw it in, you'd have to time it. You'd have to like throw it just a gentle bit forwards. And somebody running from outside the box has to time it perfectly. It'd be absolute chaos. To score only one goal and to only generate chances really from corners is a little disappointing. But right, we said we were going to make those changes. So Lofgren comes on there. We are going to give Nunes a little bit more time before we bring him on. Give the rest of these guys some moment. We've had a lot of possession. Let's be more expressive. Let's take a few more chances with our creation. Let's see if we can break down those lines maybe a little bit more. Throw on the bar and volley at NBA style. That could be quite fun. That could definitely be fun. Ors Campioni says they'll target the post and get someone else to get the rebound. Oh, could you imagine how much more fun penalties would be if that was the case? And we could also do with something to make corners a little bit more fun. So 2 goals from corners is really, really quite boring, isn't it? I'm not in control of the corners though. And I can't take control during a game. Interesting. I didn't know that we weren't allowed to take control during the course of a game. So I was going to just make all our corners short. Because if we score a third from a corner, that just feels like bad sportsmanship now, right? So if a throw-in goes in the net without anyone touching it, it should count as a goal, says Cockroach Smush. No, we can't change the rules about throw-ins just for this crazy new world. If it goes direct into the goal from a throw-in, it goes to the other team. So it has to be a goal kick. But we get rid of goal kicks as well. Goal kicks have to be throw-ins now as well. From the point that was sent off as Kakinen's shot, their keeper's done really well saving shots from open play, to be fair. We've created some chances from open play and some good saves, but not quite as good at keeping at set pieces. It would have to be like the Olsen-Cruyff penalty, but with a throw-in. Exactly. Or maybe in reality it'd end up a little bit more like the Henry-Perez one that just failed. Here we go. Can HJS pull one back? They have. They've pulled one back. Artie Martinen making his debut. Oh, look at that. He's gone for the archery celebration. Laxonen. Cool as you like. It's a nice pass back to Laxonen. It's a good ball over the top. Bonsell got caught quite high. Martinen should have, once the ball was over, Martinen should have been rushing out, closing down that angle. He didn't. Suddenly it gets nervy. In fact, we are taking expressive off, but we're just going to push the tempo up. So rather than trying to force it by being clever, we're going to do it by trying to prevent them from settling. And the changes that have to come, it has to be, we've said we're going to bring Nunes on. We're going to bring Nunes on for Fonsell, because Fonsell lost his man during that moment. We shift a load of players over. Enquist comes on for the booked person. And here we go. Can we get something from this highlight? Here's Fortuna. Fortuna's touch is too heavy, loses out, and HJS are able to clear. Can Person do something before he comes off? Goes to Karkinen. High and wide. High and wide. So Rory, Delap and Stern John combining. That could be fun too. Aquitanen he's not our best scorer of the season, surely. Surely Rockman's got 2 goals as well. Joint top scorer after 3 games. Has he scored in the cup? I keep on forgetting. I don't count the Liga Cup as a real thing unless we win it all. So only allowed 4 players during corners inside the area for each team. That's a reasonable solution. Award 2 goals when scoring direct from a corner. That would be fun. That would be fun. Because, yeah, we've only scored 3 goals and they would only be worth 3 points. But it is nice for our big, tall, gentle giant, Igor Lofgren to get onto the score sheet. Our set-piece coach is earning his dues in this game, at least. Have you tried playing a Segundo Volante instead of a halfback? I do not want to replace a halfback with a Segundo Volante, not for the way that we're trying to set up. As Queetonen now nets his hat-trick, now he's our top scorer. This is really, really poor. It's not a corner this time. But yeah, there's no sportsmanship in this whatsoever. Yes, no, I'm not interested in doing that, Zenergy. We want to have that balance, so we want to have that rest defence, and this is very much based around the kind of an amalgam of Emery's systems at Villarreal and at Villa this season, which we want to have that third person in that first line. We don't want to change the Segundo for somebody who's going to be pushing forwards into the final third. That would be too attacking a change for the kind of thing that we're trying to do. We scored a goal from open play, kinda. There is at least 2 passes between the throw-in and Fortuna scoring. I don't know if it counts as open play. But it is a goal for Fortuna, just onside. Takes the ball past his man, fires it on with his weaker foot. To be fair. We do have some other changes we can make. Do we really want to? Rockman's not quite at full fitness, so let's bring him on for Hakkinen and let's give Edlund a game time. I mean, we surely can't concede 5 goals in the last 5 minutes, so let's give Edlund some pity minutes. That's a nice thing to do. That'll be his debut, I assume. Or did he end up playing in one of the cup games last year? Who knows? Right, they've got a player called Queetonen. He's going to send in a corner. Could this be the fifth corner goal of the game? In at the near post, Lofgren gets it clear. Rantanen on there. Back to Queetonen. Queetonen gets it, pulls it across. It's a great block from Fortuna. Fortuna with a phenomenal block at the death. I mean, we're 5-1 up. It wasn't even necessary. It wasn't necessary at all. There we go. Throw-ins making all the difference. So RJ calls it a set-piece goal. I'm gonna call it open play. Because I just want to feel like we didn't have to rely entirely. Yeah, it was a set piece. 5-1 win against a lower league team. Our reserves did very well. I'm very happy that they put in a good performance. I mean, 3 assists from Fortuna, but obviously you had them from set pieces. It's hard to really credit. If Queetonen had done that thin open play, you'd be like, brilliant performance. But from set pieces, that doesn't make him earn a spot for the next game, which, is probably a little bit of a shame. There we go. Our next game is against Oulu. Oulu finished 3rd or 4th last season. They had a really good season. So, this should be a tricky tie. But if we could keep our unbeaten run going, that would be very, very nice to start the season. And next up, we've got Pargas Idrottsförening. They're not in a league. They're not in a league that's active. So you'd kind of expect that to be a relatively easy tie as well. That needs to go to our 2 session. That's not our 2. Oh, right, because we've got... We'll make these shot-stopping ones. I do need to check the training calendar. So we've done these. We now need to do our ones for May. It's just a reasonably straightforward case of just going through and doing all this. Goalkeeper. Essentially, whenever we have a free spot, we're going to give our goalkeeper some love and time. And then we'll do that again when we come up to June as well. So let's see what have we got there. Another corner, bang, back to season 1 only set pieces. It was, wasn't it? Season 1 only set pieces was our only way of scoring to begin with. We've turned a bit of a corner since then. IFK set pieces. Slaymar set pieces skill rather than an exploit. It is a skill. Slaymar is a special man. It's okay. The fart has been unleashed. It has. Right, goals galore. 5-1. I mean, I say, it was a lower league team. It was always going to be high scoring. Tales of the tape says he was a terrible player, but had the best long throws and free kicks in school. You were the Finnish Rory Delap. I mean, it's a worthwhile skill to develop. Matt160785, welcome in and thank you very much for the follow. Hello everyone, thought I'd pop by, see what's up. Welcome on in. We're in the 3rd season with IFK Mariehamn in Finland, and despite chat wanting me to get sacked, we're unbeaten in our first 3 league games. We're just about to head into our 4th now. It's a bit of a slog for sure. We're not the greatest team out there, but we're having fun. We've got some songs, we've got some young players, and we're able to score goals from corners. So that's how it goes. So, feeling the pain. I'm in Bosnia. Oh, so who are you playing with, Matt? Who are you playing with? How far into the save are you? Right, so we need to basically change around the whole squad. Let's see. So our starter is Snore. Our right back, Savalainen, is back from his suspension. In comes Reitinen, Kometio. Enquist keeps his spot. Dahlstrom and Akerake. Not the Stavitskis. I quite liked Skoglund playing out wide. I'm quite happy with Rockman playing behind the striker. Lundberg playing up front. Back to being the target forward. And our backup keeper, our centre-back, our full-back, our defensive midfielder and central midfielder, our playmaker / shadow striker, our winger, our backup striker. Marvellous stuff. Into game number 4 against Oulu. We'll be good. Callum Ward, Ashley Coffey was amongst one of the players who was expected to finish as top scorer this season. We'll talk about revenge. So let's go and have a look at Ashley Coffey. He's got 1 goal so far in three starts, one substitute appearance. 6'3". Seems to be doing okay. Former Whitby Town player. Been spending time in Sweden the last few years. Scored 8 the last couple of seasons. Might be okay. Might be a threat. Nothing major that we're concerned about there. So let's head in. Faith in the midfielders. Here we go. Come on the ham. So Matizat NK Jedinstvo Bihak began in Tier 2 of Bosnia, now in Season 8. Squad's having a meltdown. Oh dear, what set them off? Iconair is in. Happy New Year. Enjoyed the content over the holidays. Looking forward to see what you bring this year. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, O'Connor. I hope you've had a lovely evening last night and today. And hopefully 2025 will be fun. 2025, oh, what a save. The keeper stayed big, but Lundberg should have finished that one off. So Crudmo has to go away from keyboard for a bit to feed the Crudmo. Don't go anywhere without you. We won't. Oulu, said in the style of Zulu, that awesome Michael Caine film. Ah, indeed. So what's the over-under on 1.5 goals from corners this match, reckons Campione? It's got to be the over. Surely we've got to be looking at the over on 1.5. You sold an injury-prone team leader for lots of money. They'll get over it eventually. They'll get over it. Time is a great healer. Rockman out wide to Stavitsky. Stavitsky waits for the ball to come to him. Pass it to Rockman. Rockman opts to shoot instead of playing Stavitsky back in. Come on, lads. We've had a pretty good start, but we haven't made it pay. Right, here's a free kick from Enquist across to Dahlstrom. We go back, baiting them out potentially. Akerake does some weird turns for no apparent reason, and Skoglund gives the ball away. But Kumesho's in, plays it out to Stavitsky. Look at Rockman. There's Rockman. Rockman, can you just get it in? You can, Lundberg. It's Nevs. The cross was too floaty. There wasn't enough power in the cross for Lundberg to then get the purchase needed to make it 1-0. Lundberg tries playing it through the lines, can't get there. Enquist gathers the clearance. Kumecho now just takes his time. Back to Enquist. Enquist sees there's no route through. Across into the big man. Lundberg plays it back to Kumecho. Lundberg gets it once again, spreads it out wide to Stavitsky. Can we get players in the box? They manage to low. Heller cuts out the cross. Here's Skoglund now. Skoglund goes back. Enquist is out. Enquist with the first time ball. Stavitsky. What a save from Ward. He could have put that anywhere to the side of Callum Ward, and that would have been a goal. But it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be. From the corner, we don't have anything. Rockman gathers. Rockman creates space, but unfortunately his ball is cut out by Ojala. Ulu clear. Ulu very much on the ropes here. Ikerike into Dahlstrom. It's a lovely ball to Enquist with the first time cross. Lundberg at the far post. Arvid Lundberg makes it 1-0 in the 17th minute.
He's the man in the box. Arvid Lundberg.
There we go. There's our big 6'4" lump of a man, Arvid Lundberg. I say lump of a man. He's a lump of a child. He's still only like 18, maybe 19 now. There we go. That's what he's in the squad for. Far post header, 1-0. But can Ulu come back at us? It's just been mere moments they've been behind. They were on the ropes for the opening 17 minutes. But a chance maybe to sustain some pressure. Send it forwards. Reitinen cuts it out. Savalainen has time on the ball. Plays it into Dahlstrom. Gets it back. Savalainen looks back inside, but Reitinen insists we go wide. Reitinen plays it forwards. Here's Stavitsky. Rockman is still on goal. Danny Rockman. A great hand from Ward once again. Callum Ward has been very, very busy in these opening 22 minutes. Made some big saves already. But can he stop what happens from the corner? He doesn't need to. We don't get a chance. Here's Stavitsky. Stavitsky fires over from a great angle. So let's see what were we going for. So let's play all the mini games before Crodmo gets back. We could possibly squeeze one in. Oh, Lukman No Pants is in. Happy New Year, Lukman No Pants. How was your New Year's? Here's Stavitsky to make it 2-0. Stavitsky. It's not the Stavitskys. It's not the Stavitskys. You tell me. How can you measure someone that can balance a balloon in a wind tunnel, on a needle? None of those words actually make any sense for Timo Stavitsky, but who cares? We've made our pressure count. We're 2-0 up. Beautiful stuff. So let's see. Winning is a wonderful perfume too. That's fair. Right. Next should be Only Connect. He's not that good at that Only Connect. That's fair. That is fair. So Matt is currently ignoring the squad revolt. Exactly the way to play it. Stavitsky to make it 3. Skoglund's there though. Skoglund's got his 4th goal of the season. He's now level with our backup defender, Luka Kuitunen. We are tearing through last season's 4th place. I think they might be in Europe this year. AC Ulu. Stavitsky shot another great save from Callum Ward. Skoglund on the rebound. It takes a slight deflection on the way through, but Ward can't get there. He can't get there. Right, here we go. 33 minutes in. Bjorkander is on the ball. Plays it to Metaxas. Lamza. Can they get it over? They've got a player all the way. He's been free most of this time. Diassi. Play Diassi in. They haven't. They've gone to Babatunde instead. Here's Lamsa. Kerike cuts out the chance to begin with. But Metaxas now on the edge of the box. Finds Leturanta. He's managed to skip away from Stavitsky. Creates space for the cross. Toffee is big, but Snore is equal to it. Coffee is big, but Snore is equal to it. I think I'm having a stroke. I definitely think I'm having a stroke. So they aren't goals from corners. No goals from corners yet. Laka09, welcome in. Thinks I look like Daniel Fark. That's fair enough. I mean, people do often describe me as a motherfucker. So possibly I'm related. Right. Just before half-time. We've got 3 minutes of injury time. Stavitsky forces another good save out of Callum Ward. I need to know more about this goalkeeping. He's been excellent, which is crazy to say when you're 3-0 down. Matt's a big fan of low crosses to the back post. We do have low crosses on, but we don't mind the floated crosses, because as long as when a cross is floated in, as long as our target forward is able to get a bit of a run up, they can be really, really useful. It's as seen by the goal. A pretty good first half. Their keeper, it is Callum, isn't it? It is Callum Ward. The English goalkeeper has made 7 saves in that first half. 7 big saves. He's valued at 190k. He wants to leave. He's on less than £1,000 a week. He conceded 46 goals last season, 35 the year before. Let's just add him to our shortlist. Let's ask them. We're happy to pay the £600 to scout him for a week. He's been really, really good. Things that only FM players say that out of context might get you into trouble. A lump of a child. Indeed. Let's conveniently forget that I might have said that at any point. So we want to carry on countering, because if we can, do we? No. We want to slow things down. We want to kill the game now. We want to kill the game as much as we possibly can. So no changes at half time. Let's just be nice and safe for the first 10 or so minutes of the second half. Then maybe ramp it back up again a little bit, see if we could get a fourth, and then look to see it out right till the end, as Enquist makes the challenge early into the second half. The highlight hasn't finished though. Yes, it has. Now it is. Is this Finland? Asks Matt. It is indeed. IFK Mariehamn. So they're based just off Finland, the islands to the west, but it is still Finland, even if they don't want to acknowledge that it's Finland. Right, so here we go. We're 15 minutes or so into the second half. The ball is with Lohela. Lohela's just running into the back of his own teammate, but that somehow creates space for Lamsa. Lamsa plays it into Daoisi, to Numela. Coffee from distance on his stronger left foot, but that was always going wide. Always going wide. And this is the point where we go back and we start pushing that tempo back up for maybe 5-10 minutes. That will come with a change, which is Deanne on for Okoriki even. And here we go. So Ladislav Almaty says, do you think a front three of an advanced playmaker, central, target forward and complete forward is a bit too passive? I think that... Oh, great save again. Stavitsky, he placed it well. That was looking like it could have been top corner, but not enough pace on it. Now, Pananen. Here we go. Can we get our first corner goal of the game? Sutari's there. Sutari makes it 1-0. I was going to say 1-0. 1-0 in the second half. That's what we're going with. Oni Sutari was a player that we were suggested to look at. He's unfortunately got far too high a transfer value. And he makes it, again, straight at a player on the post. What are you doing there, Dahlstrom? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing is what you're doing there. And Deanne's come on and immediately picked up a yellow card. Our changes here are going to be... Right, Lundberg's played well, but I want to get some game time for the Slayman. And I want to see a little bit of Fortuna. Fortuna can play off the left into the last 15 minutes or so. So I think that an advanced playmaker with a complete forward and a target forward could work. But it does feel like for the advanced player, you've not really got runners going beyond him. So you're asking him to unlock in very, very tight spaces. I'd love to... If you've got, say, like an inside forward or somebody really aggressive on the wings as well, I think that could work. But I definitely want to have runners around a playmaker if I've got a playmaker. We're winning games, says DMB. This is some madness. It is madness. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. But we've only got a 2-goal lead now. If Ulu get one back in the next few minutes, it could get very, very nervy towards the end. As Savalainen sends it in, Slayman can't get there, but Fortuna will gather. Fortuna sends the ball in low. That's a penalty, ref. That's a penalty, as clear as day. Who's taking it? It's somebody reasonably tall. It's Savalainen. Savu Savalainen makes it 4-1. 4-1, lads. 4-1. Let's make sure I hydrate. Right, so we do have a couple of substitutions that we can still do. Let's do all of this lovely bit. So back into killing the game off. Not really worried about anything happening from here onwards. Take off, pass into space. Right, Dahlstrom off. We're going to bring Kuitunen on to play in midfield. We're going to bring Kakinen on to replace Rockman. Those are our last changes of the game. We should see this on safely now. So Look, Marno Pants says, have I watched the Taskmaster New Year's treat already? I haven't. I am looking forward to it though. Hungdamin says we need Rockman to score. We're fine. Look, we're quite happy. Anyone can score. We spread the joy around. Campurinus has changed around. He's now Musterman in. I got a clap for the motherfucker pun. Thank you. I think we can be pleased with that, can't we? We can definitely be pleased with that. Now, this wasn't a home game, which means we've kind of got to do this. Oh yeah, it feels good. Right, let's get back to that bit there. 4-1, fabulous work. A win and a good performance and a burp. And I muted in time this time. How about that? So that is definitely a better start to the season than we've had in recent years. The last few years we've won the opening game and then kind of gone on a horrible run of defeats thereafter. I think we're on to something that could just about work. 5 goals now for Lundberg, 4 for Skoglund, a hat-trick for Luka Kuitunen. Yeah, I think we're doing all right. Our next game, though, is away against Knistan. Knistan were the team who knocked us out of the European playoffs last year. Another away game as well. A lot of away games to start the season. Oh, because the cup was an away game, wasn't it? So, okay. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2. It's just 3 away games out of the first 5 league games. That's kind of normal. Kind of normal indeed. So, Matt's striker can't jump, but he's rapid and a stunning finisher. Fair. So, wing backs, if they're offensive, can work. Midfield can come too to help. It's all about positioning, talking about the movement and the relationship of the advanced player, complete forward target, forward setup. So let's see where we're going there. Right, a capital C is needed. Where are we? Let's see. Oh, that's the clap for the motherfucker pun. Need a capital C for the clap. Right, okay. So that's the better TV or the one of those things. I don't understand Twitch. I really don't understand Twitch. Right, here we go. A terrifying 3-0 lead, says RJ. That's fair. That is fair. Just as terrifying as a 2-0. No, it's not as terrifying as a 2-0 lead. 2-0 is the worst lead possible to have. JH Quez says that's a good-looking 16-year-old FM player scouting Wonder Kids. Yes, you do need to make sure that you say those things internally, not out loud. You say them out loud, you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. So IFK Mariehamn, they're a really cool team. Lovely, this beautiful archipelago. They're autonomous. They have their own government, and they speak Swedish as their official language. A really, really interesting team. It'd be quite fun to hopefully get them pushing up in that Finnish first division, maybe making them into something quite good. But who knows what the save has in store for us. Zenergy says, seeing as how you're currently winning the Eastern Conference in USA by playing a 4-3-3 that contains 0 strikers, just 3 attacking midfielders and 3 defensive midfielders, I say that tactic you mentioned was great. Fair. So, Hugh and Go is in. Welcome in, Hugh and Go. I'm not sacked yet. Crazy, isn't it? I mean, even winning games. As Holy Fab has said, Crodmo left for a while and Mariehamn started winning. It's a fair point. We got a great win there against AC Hulu, or FC Hulu as El Norby called them. Camperinas always believed in my abilities, apparently. I remember Camperinas. I remember as you were chanting for me to get sacked as we lost to last year's league winners. I'm an elephant. I don't forget, or something. I'm not really sure. I want to see a little bit of Fortuna. I do. Like, I mean, normal tuna is boring and weird. Get me a little bit of fart tuna. Ugh, that feels hot. That sounds horrible. Arvid Lundberg is the best performing attacking player, apparently. Not above the 60th percentile in anything, but that's all right. Timo Stavitsky came third in the April Player of the Month. He also came third in Goal of the Month. We came third in Manager of the Month. And Stavitsky and Lundberg make it into the Team of the Month. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's like I'm watching Daniel Bryan from a few years ago in the WWE. I'm afraid I don't understand wrestling references. I'm sorry, my dude. Have you got Spain turned on? Thoroughly recommended looking at the amateur semi-pro teams there. So, Matt, the way we play, we don't have attributes. The attributes are replaced with icons that represent ranges. And we don't play with player search. Player search is disabled. We just rely on recommendations from our director of football and from our scouts. So we have a really small scouting budget. We can't go particularly far afield. So everything's going to be either trials or recommendations that come through this way. And we're going to try and stay as much as possible within the Finland and Sweden area. Keep it as realistic as we can, potentially. We'll see. We might get another 4 or 5 seasons down the line, be bored of losing, and that all goes by the wayside. Who knows? Who knows, indeed. So Demir says this is really good exercise. Actually, it's exhausting. The Paella Dyke strikes again. It's 2-1 to Arsenal. Was it another goal from a corner? It was. Right, Savalainen's going to be out for 6 weeks. Oof. That's probably the one position we don't really have covering. Is right back, because we do have defenders who can swing out there. Oscar Holmberg here is a centre back he's a right back who can play centre back. He's undersized. He can't tackle. He can't cross. He can't dribble. He can't really do anything. He's a bit slow. But that makes him probably like the third best player in Finland, right? That's not fair. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. We might see. We'll start with him there, and then if it's really bad, we'll have Kuitunen come on as a sub. We should be okay. We should be okay. One of the joys of playing at this level is that if you end up without players and you have to rely on players that maybe aren't that good, aren't quite ready, the drop off isn't going to be that far. So what do they say? They reckon that Callum Ward is a 4-star goalkeeper. He wants to leave. They don't know what his estimated wage would be. 190k is far too high. Our record transfer spend is £9,500. So we're not going to buy a player for 190k, but we will keep an eye on him to see if that ends up dropping significantly at any point. So yeah, let's see what happens there. Where were we? So yes, Arsenal had scored a goal from a corner. Who scored the goal? As Martinelli scored. Interesting. Isn't Fortuna just surströmming? That does seem like that's probably the best description of surströmming I think I've ever heard. That stuff should be forbidden. It's chemical warfare. That's fair. No need to apologise, Matt. You didn't know at all. That's why I explained. Because it's better that I explain than just go, sorry, no. So yeah, there we go. Crosses and corners, truly the Londonian Stoke City. Oh, Martinelli's was a 3rd goal. Interesting. Maeve is in. Happy New Year, Maeve. How are you doing? How was your New Year? Right, okay, let's see. You've... okay, I won't be clicking on the GIFs. I will try and check that out after the stream's energy. Or you can pop into the Discord and send it along there, which might be easier too. Martinelli with a goal. My direct opponent in FPL has Martinelli and Mbremo, and I got neither. I am what they describe as fucked. Ouch. Fair enough. So let's see. Whatever this Daniel Bryan person is, I'll be looking it up. But yeah, apparently it's accurate. I'm not sure if I don't want to see now because that might destroy my ego. Who knows? Right. I think we just stick with what we had. We've just got the force change with Holmberg. It's going to be another tricky away game. A very, very tricky away game, but this man is the man we don't like. Christian Eli Heitonen. He scored quite a few goals against us last season. So let's try and just be very, very simple. We'll ask them to mark him specifically. We know that Penninkangas can send a good ball in. We know that Eli Heinonen can score, but we know we can score as well. So a round of expectations. We're not here for fun and games. We're here to win. We're here to win, boys. Happy New Year, Matt. Welcome in, Matt. How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. How was your New Year? Did you get up to anything particularly interesting? Now, guys, I know that you have probably heard me say wonderful, wonderful things about Matt before, but if you're not following him, you most definitely should be. I mean, he's an international FM player, for God's sake. I mean, there's a standard of FM player out there, right? There's you and me. There are those that have made this into a career and are technically professional FM players. You've got your second yellow cards, your Tom FMs, your RDF tactics. And then there's your international athletes. Your international athletes like Matt. Go give the man a follow. Go give the man a follow now. Obviously do that if you want to. I can't actually force you into doing anything. Crodmo, low, no, Crodmo, go, Crodmo, go, away, Crodmo, no more Crodmo. Unless we score now. You can stay if we score from this highlight, Crodmo. Here's Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom with a shot. I'm afraid, unfortunately, you've got to go. Sorry, my dude. We've been winning games in your absence. We're on a 5-game unbeaten streak. Granted, one of them was in the cup. As Lundberg, look, you're back, and now Lundberg misses a sitter. Oh no, Crodmo. I've been advocating Crodmo in for at least 2 streams, and now I might have to advocate Crodmo out. Stavitsky into Rockman. There's space down the right. Can he get the ball in for Lundberg? He can't. He plays it back to Dahlstrom. Oh, what a lovely pass from Dahlstrom, and Rockburn is denied. That was a lovely, what a pass. Lovely, cheeky reverse ball into Stavitsky there from Dahlstrom. Yeah, so stay in, Crodmo. Stay in. You're not Crodmo out at all. We've just had a nice, decent run. The FM luck modifier has seen fit to give us a nice start to 2025 from the looks of things. As Rockman comes forward again, feeds Stavitsky, back to Rockman. He hangs it up. The keeper's got to get there. He does. Koski was a goalkeeper that we did check out over the winter, over the transfer window, and he was rubbish. He conceded something like 60 goals in 30 games. So we really need to put him under pressure. Like now with Stavitsky. Stavitsky's shot, it's low. There's not enough power. It's a reasonably easy save. Lundberg seemed to be getting in his way with the run there. So Robbie Joey 91 is in. Good evening, Robbie Joey. How was your New Year's? Lovely to see you in. Nistan get our free kick clear. Chance for them to break with Miliko. Miliko down the right wing. Gets past his man. Miliko waits and then gets past his man again. Swings it into Went. Went's header. Easy save for Snore. Easy save in the end. Matt says, thank you so much for the big words. We had a great night with some of our nearest friends. That's lovely. Now I'm getting ready for the stream together with Rowan and Tanweer tonight, but had to swing by to see how you're doing. Lovely to have you in. So yes, indeed. So Matt's, Tanweer and Rowan are currently doing a network save as well, which maybe we head over there after the stream finishes, see how the timings work out. Well, I think we popped along last week afterwards. It does seem to be quite a fun little stream. Yep, so into half time, as Holy Fab says, it's all gone tits up. We're 0-0 now that Crodmo is back. I mean, we're 0-0. 0-0 is absolutely fine. I'm happy with our passing. Let's have some positivity there at half time. Let's just push that tempo. Our favourite thing, just to try and prevent the opposition defence from settling, if possible. We've got an ease off tackles. Why, hello, ease off tackles. Happy New Year. I couldn't remember whether to say Happy New Year or Merry New Year. So we've gone with neither. Happy New Year, ease off tackles. How are you doing? I'm marvellous, Robbie Joey. It is a new year. Everything feels nice and wonderful after being out last night, being very, very, very sensible. No alcohol was consumed. I'm now back to my favourite activity of getting stressed over a small team in Finland. So here we are. Good start. It's been a good start though. A good start so far. Lundberg's not having the greatest time. So in comes Slayman. Slayman is the first change. Karkinen. I think we're going to bring off Rockman. We're going to put Skoglund in that role behind the striker. I think we might end up just bringing the tempo back down a little. Excuse me. And I'm managing to get this whole muting before I burp thing right. Here comes Nistan. Wentz steps inside, plays the ball lovely over the top of the defence, off the bar. It's a beautiful chance. Wonderfully created by Wentz. That deserved to be a goal. That would have been a fine goal. And yeah, let's drop that back down. Let's drop that back down. Let's just get a little bit more control over the game if we can, potentially. Into the last 20. Right, Heaton hasn't really caused us problems. Went has seen the ball. We haven't seen much from Penn and Kangas either, so I'm kind of happy about the balance on that side. So that's that side. So Vent is on the left. I think we can get away with being more attacking on the right. On our left, sorry. Their right. So we're going to open up that space for Enquist to push forwards. Going to take the focus plays off, but we will look to do the overlap. We will have him as an advanced playmaker. Skoglund is the better passer. No. So yeah, so we brought Kakkonen on. Kakkonen as the shadow striker. Deanne is a good passer of the ball. So bring Deanne on for Skoglund. We just make sure that he's still marking the attacking midfielder right position. So he should still come back and fill in defensively. And we're going to bring on... So Enquist has done nothing wrong. But because we're opening up that space, we're going to try and really push down that left-hand side. The fresh legs, I'm hoping, will give us a little bit of an advantage there. Fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. And what it looks like might happen is nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, come on. Let's fire these guys up for the last 5 minutes. Let's go attacking for the last 5 minutes as well. Here's a highlight, but it's starting in our half. It's all coming down the right-hand side. Here's Karkinen. Karkinen sends it in. Slayman's shot. Unfortunately, he gets underneath it. I think the ball bobbled up just before he struck it. We were robbed by the pitch. It's the pitch's fault. Into the last few moments. Are they going to score? Oh no! What an awful free kick. He just kicked it straight out of play and that's the end of the game. Oh dear. What a poor second half from us. We tried to up the tempo to begin with and we kind of lost control from there on in. Nistan only had 2 chances. We should have scored. We didn't. But another draw. So that's 2 wins, 3 draws in our opening 5 games. That's not a bad start. Not a bad start by any stretch of the imagination. Their goalkeeper, who is normally rubbish, had a pretty decent game. So generally speaking, I take quite a lot of positive elements out of that. Should be fine, and then we get finally to go back to a home game next. So let's see what else we're saying. So Ease Tackles is hanging out of his arse today, though. That's what New Year's is for, right? The Saturday New Year's Day is just about recovery. So Matt is screaming at tiny pixels and looking at spreadsheets like a normal human being. That's what we're all here doing, isn't it, Matt? Let's be fair. That is how we define ourselves, unfortunately. So Ease Off Tackles, my cat has a new addiction of sitting on my keyboard every time I move off my laptop. Loves enabling some sticky keys. I'm now convinced that sticky keys is actually just anti-cat device. I don't think it's ever had a practical use outside of cats. So yeah, Holly Fab agrees. Who doesn't like pixels and spreadsheets? That's what we're all here for. So Exactly, we're the future. We are the future. So, no, okay, Holly doesn't agree with that. He's like, I'm too old. No, Holly Fab. Surely you must have learnt by now that we pretend that the youth are the future, but all our politicians ever do is care about the current old people. So we will be the future. We will be the old people at some point. And then we get to fuck over future generations in exactly the same way and never learn our lessons. Anyway, that's far too political for an FM stream. I do apologise greatly. RJ has redeemed a mini game and we're just about to head into a break. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes where we will play a round of Only Connect. See you then. Right, we're back out of the break and I've forgotten to change the scene transitions over, so I'll remember to do that back now. So let's explain Only Connect. We play these mini games, and if you're new in here and haven't seen these before, generally when we come out of the break, we've got these that can be redeemed, and today we're going to play Only Connect. Only Connect is based on a British daytime game show where you're going to see 4 picture clues. They're all going to be football players, and you're going to see them one after another. They share something in common. Your job is to guess what that connection is. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The more points you get, you end up on this lovely little leaderboard down here, We run the leaderboards both weekly and all time. So if you're new in, don't think that there's no point in taking part, because you'll never be able to catch up. You most definitely, one, will be able to catch up, and two, even if you can't and you're only here just for a couple of streams, you might still make it onto the weekly leaderboard. And before we head on over to the first clue though, let's say hello to, we've got a couple of new people in chat right now. BMA has come in, welcome in. Good evening, BMA 100. How was your New Year's? Lovely to see you here. We've also got Crodmo's brother, Omdirk. And we will keep that in mind. So if Omdirk scores points, those points go to Omdirk, not Crodmo. We'll just keep that in mind. Here's the first clue. So it was wonderful. It was wonderful. That's good to hear. How are you feeling today? Should perhaps be the real question, really. So here's our very first clue. If you know who it is, mention it in chat. It kind of helps everyone else know who we're looking at the moment. So we've got a guess from Hugh and Go, and he said all our footballers. Now that is true. That's not the connection we're looking for, unfortunately. Campurinis has gone for the all players scored with their left foot on a Tuesday. Quite possibly. You would expect that. Let's see. Who are the players in the list? All the players, I'm sure, have scored goals at some point. Probably scored on a Tuesday at some point in their career, but that's not the clue we're looking for. So Al Farby went for players that scored on New Year's Day. I like your thinking. I do like your thinking. It's not that, I'm afraid. So Crodmo has been helpful. He's let people know that this is Davor Suker. And Tales of the Tapes has gone for World Cup Golden Boot, as has FMGNG, which are fine guesses. Hung Min has gone for all players scored on New Year's Day on their right foot, which is again a very interesting idea. I think I might have given it to Campurinis had it been that they all scored with a specific thing. So they're all wearing shirts sponsored by Sega Dreamcast. It's not that, indeed. It's not players that never use their left foot. Is it players that were all born on January the 1st? It'd be boring if we got it this early though, wouldn't it, RJ? It would be boring if we got it at this stage. Which does mean that I'm going to have to call you boring, RJ, because Davor Suker was born on January the 1st. As was Gonzalo Montiel. As was Andreas Pereira. As was Simon Adingra. They're all birthday boys. They are all birthday boys, all born on the 1st of January. 1968 for Suker, 1996 for Pereira, 97 for Montiel, and 2002 for Adingra. It should be illegal to be allowed to play football if you're born after the year 2000. 2000. That makes him only 23. Crazy. Well done, RJ. A good, big, hunking 5 points to you, straight from the top. Thanks for the early 1st of January gift. All the thanks go to you. You earned those applause. The applause coming from Johnny Trotter, from Levi, from DM Bassist, and from Hugh and Go. There were some other very good guesses in there. We went to players that went to become a Football Association president, because obviously we only had Suker as the option there. So all played for Yugoslavia. Could have been a good one. We had all players that represented a national team that no longer exists. All fine guesses with the information you had to go with. But RJ has secured it, picking up that they were indeed 1st of January babies. 1st of January. Well, everyone was a baby at some point on a 1st of January, right? Our next game is going to be our 100th in charge. So during the break, and as I was basically just standing up, we did move forwards a few days. Couldn't quite get to the next game, and we are going to be without Daniel Rockman for our next one. He's pulled his groin, unfortunately. But here we are, 100 games in charge of IFK Mariehamn. It's only taken us how many hours in game? It's game status, isn't it? It has only taken us 94 hours to get to our 100th game. And I see that Ladislav Amasi asks what the win percentage is. So before we head on over, let's just play a little game there. Let's see how much or how little faith you guys have in me. So what is Mika Aratalo's win percentage? We will go in quarters. That seems fair. Right, let me know how good or how bad you think I am. We've got a little poll running up there. I've split it into quarters, under 25%, between 25 and 50%, 50 to 75%, or 75 to 100%. I genuinely don't know. For what it's worth. Let's see. There we go. 100 games indeed. Welcome in, Brazilian Fury. How are you, my man? How was your New Year's? Lovely to see you. So 1 game per hour. Stunning indeed. I mean, I blame it on all the mini games. If I wasn't entertaining you guys so much by doing something that wasn't FM, we'd have got through at least 1.25 games per hour. Yeah, not much more. That's for sure. 100 disappointments since Campeorinus. Why are you feeling so mean to me, my dude? But there we go. So we've got some guesses. It does seem you all think we're going to be under that 50% mark. So 9 votes currently for 25 to 50%. We've got 6 votes for 50 to 75%. Nobody thinks we're at those extremes. Hugh and Go is saying 57% actually. So like he wants exact. Johnny Trotter has pointed out there's been quite a few draws recently. We have indeed. So this season so far we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins. 1, 2, 3 draws, 2 defeats. So that is what roughly 50% win rate right now. 56 is the spot on guess from BMA as well. Fizzy FM has gone for 69. Nice. There we go. Crotmo reckons 86.14%. BMA. Oh no, so you said percent there. Okay, yeah. Zenergy's reckoning 49%. We're just into the last few seconds. It looks like the poll is finishing 9-6 in favour of 25% to 50%. We are at... No, wrong button. Oh, that was one. We're at 51%. Oh, there we go. Just creeping in. Campeorinus was close with a 52% guess. Oof. Just above. And now I can be angry at all of those that didn't have faith. So close to retiring. I would have cried if I'd accidentally pressed the wrong thing there. 178 goals scored in 99 games, 119 conceded. We have won a Manager of the Month's 3rd place award once. Or was that Manager of the Year 3rd place? We've won 1 trophy in that time. We've bought 12 players for £9,500. We've sold 10 players for £1 million. I think our first 100 games have been quite... In fact, it's 51 wins from 99 games. So that means we are definitely going to be at least 51% after our 100th game. I think that's not bad for our first venture into management for Mika Aratale. Yeah, we almost got him to resign, Gatch. God, oh my word. I almost worked the space. Indeed. 178 goals, 100 of them set pieces. They all count. It's a decent, isn't it? It's not special. It's not like 51% isn't great, but it's pretty solid. We've been. Oh, pardon me. I didn't get the mutes out in time there. We now don't have Holmgren because he's played in the under-20s. So Queaton is going to start there. Lofgren is unavailable. Zhu, he has to come on. So Rockman is still a couple of days away. So Zhu, he comes back into the squad. And we're going to give... Fortuna can't play behind the striker. Can Stavitsky? Stavitsky can't either. So it's between Diane and Kakkonen. You guys voted for us to sign Kakkonen, so let's put Kakkonen into the starting lineup. There, I think we're good to go for a home game here against... Who are we even playing? Who are we even playing? We're playing Cups. We're playing Cups. Of course it's Cups. The team that Savu Savalainen originally played for, but unfortunately he's out injured. So, right, we're sticking with the fan stuff. Come on, Timo Stavitsky. This is why we signed Timo Stavitsky. We say do this for the fans, and he's like, yes, we're going to do this for the fans. He knows what it's about. He understands football at the right level. Come on now. So here we go. Can we build on it, or do we? Are we about to hit that moment where hubris sets in? We've had some good results away from home. This feels like a game that we should be able to win. Karkinen plays it through to Stavitsky. Oh my word, 21 seconds in. It's a horrible error for Cups, and we're 1-0 up. We're 1-0 up. How about that? Awful here from Ajala. Plays it into Kawasaki, and then they get in one another's way. Karkinen puts Stavitsky through. Kreidel, they're playing a keeper who's a little bit injured. There we go. So Mustermann 50% in. Only 17 draws is great, means entertaining games. It's crazy. It's crazy that considering how many draws we've had in recent games, that we barely draw games at any other time. So only on £725 a week. I mean, £725 a week would probably make us what, the third or fourth highest person in the squad. I don't think that's too bad. Not great, but I take it. So they want the Fart Man to start. Fart Man, you guys voted for Karkinen. He set up the goal. I think I got it right. We'll see though. There's plenty of time for me to be wrong. Omdirk wishes good luck to the Ham. Surely Omdirk wishes good luck to the Namar. It's Timo Stavitsky. It is the Needle. It's the Stavitskys. Omdirk thinks it might be the Stavitskys. Statman scored. Statman. Stavitsky. Bafilou disagrees. This is going to get very confusing very soon. I love it. I love a little bit of confusion. Can we clear our lines? That's a clear foul. Send him off, ref. That was definitely an elbow. I definitely saw an elbow there. Can Kakinen get onto the knock-on? He can't. Here we go, though. Lundberg manages to get the ball through a crowd of players. Picks it up from Skoglund. Plays in Karkinen. Karkinen. Oh, Karkinen. Right, good night, everyone. Campiorinus is off. Thank you very much. And once again, a happy new year, my dude. Thank you for dropping by. Muzinga is about to equalise, but Snore with a big save. He should have scored, but he got snored instead. Campiorinus out indeed, in a literal sense, not in a we want rid of you. That's another header from a corner. Snore gathers. Mustermann in. I'm glad that I've turned you around as well. Later, my man, later. Right, so Cups have had a couple of chances there now. A big save from Snore, a couple of half chances from corners. Can we get a second though? Here's Lundberg playing it through to Stavitsky. Stavitsky's tackled. Karkinen's shot is blocked. It's a corner for us this time. Ajala with the block right at the death there. So Enquist sends it into the far post. Kumetia's a tall boy. Kumetia is a big man. He doesn't win his headers at the far post. We might have to focus more on sending them into a different target. It's a bit of a shame, really. I couldn't be asked making a proper dinner, says DM Bassist. So there's 2 sticks of garlic bread in the oven. New year, new me. Like 2 sticks of garlic bread sounds like a fine dinner. A very, very fine dinner as far as I'm concerned. Enquist plays it back in. That's a penalty, ref. That's a penalty. Ref. Robbed, I tell you. Karkinen, though, tries to make amends for the referee's mistake. Not even some intervention from the assistant referees there. They had a great view, and they just ignored it. Now, I'm not happy. I can feel what's happening with this game. So let's see what Omdirk is impressed with your colouring choices. It's a fine choice. Stavitsky makes it 2. Oh, you're going to give a decision now, are you? Lundberg is offside. Yeah, fuck you. Right, Stavitsky plays it down the line, intercepted by Ajala. But we managed to rob the ball off Heinonen. Here's Lundberg from distance. Kreidel pushes it over. That was one for the cameras. It was quite cool though. Like you had the hand pop up and then like, oh, that was quite a cool little animation. Enquist with the corner into the far post. Camacho gets his head to it this time. Unfortunately, it loops over. It looks like we're heading for 1-0 at the break. We can't quite get that breakthrough. So tin of baked beans over the top, DMB. Trust me, it's the future. That's not a bad shout to be fair of. Thanks, Dirk. I'm sure your brother would also approve. We don't speak of the Crodmos. We don't speak of the Crodmos. It's been pretty even from a possession point of view in terms of that they're not camped in their own half. We've had a lot of the ball here. We can see from the heat map. We've got it spread reasonably nicely too. Maybe a little bit more incision down the left would be good. And I'm going to burp again. Yeah, not a bad first half, but we could do with doing a little bit better. So I think we can step it up. I think you've been good. I just think you can be better. You can definitely be better in that second half. Where does the ref live? We might have to visit him after the game. We might have to go full Marinakis on him. And that'd be a shame. I don't think there's any malice there. Just not quite up to the task. Fizzy pop indeed. So Hollyfab dug up his Facebook, Twitter, or whatever social media accounts he has too. We're going to bash him. Obviously, I know you're joking, Hunderming, but yes, do not abuse referees. Referees are humans too, or something to that effect. That will change if we don't win this game. If we don't win this game, then it's different. But we've done this instead.
He's the man in the box. Number.
We go. That's what we needed. 2 goals early into each half. And Stavitsky has been a key part of both of them. 1 goal, 1 assist. Here's Dahlstrom out to Akereke looking to make it 3. Shots blocked. Mazinga's able to cover, and that's a cynical challenge from Akereke. Lucky to not get a booking for that. Lundberg scores. The bird cannot be stopped. Have you heard about the word? Bird's the word. Right, here's a chance for Cups to counter. Heinonen plays it forwards. Camacho gets in, but it's back at Heinenen's feet. Akereke gets in. It looks like we might have managed to just quell the danger for a moment. Here's Kakinen, plays it through the line. Stavitsky with a great run. Stavitsky with an awful shot. Great run, awful shot. Krishna Rocker over on YouTube appreciates the ads and chains. Beautiful stuff. The bird is the word. Bird. Bird is the word. Welcome in, Katzenhold. Magically, you can do that and you will find links to the skin. It's the skin I made. This is the Mustermann Iconic skin. You will see that it is slightly different for the public release to what we use for streams. This is a slightly adapted one that only really works at this very small resolution. Right, we don't need to make changes, but we want to get Slayman some time. We definitely want Slayman to get some time. We want to see Diane get some more time as well. We're going to bring him on for Dahlstrom. Let's see if these guys can make an impact in the second half. Can we get third? Can we make it 6 games unbeaten in the league? That would be quite nice. Into the last 15 minutes now. It looks like Cups might be getting a bit of a foothold, but it looks too little too late. Or is it? Here comes Kawasaki, plays it through. Reitinen snuffs out the danger. Stavitsky into Karkinen. Karkinen goes down the outside, round the outside, swings in the cross. Skoglund at the far post. His header is over. There we go. The goalkeeper dived nowhere near the ball. Had he got that on target, that would have been a definite goal. Now Stavitsky is tired, so on comes the fart tuner. Adam Juhi, we're going to bring him on. We're going to bring on Adam Juhi. This is his chance for redemption. He will replace Karkinen, who's been brilliant. Great game from Karkinen. This is where we do just kill things into the last 10 minutes or so. We'll stay on a positive mentality. We'll make those changes. We'll Enquist to Juhi to make amends. That would have been nice. That would have been nice. There's still time. There's still time for a third. There is definitely time for a 5th change, and that 5th change is going to be Fonsell replacing Akereke, who's looking quite tired. Hopefully a clean sheet would be nice as well. How about that? Potentially. Is that consecutive clean sheets? I mean, there's still a minute and a half to go. There's not even. I swear he's just blown up the whistle early. My word. There we go. At the Wyckoff Holding Arena, we've kept a clean sheet, and that means... Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. And that means we might still be in fourth, depending on how the results went elsewhere. We're up to second. We're just 1 point behind Larty, but they have a game in hand, as do the two teams beneath us, in fact. That must mean that some of them are playing one another, surely. Surely that's what that means. Stavitsky on form. Stavitsky is looking like a fabulous addition. Not loans, rest for 1 day. How is Stavitsky doing? 0.57 expected assist per 90 is incredible. Just the 3.16 dribbles. He's scoring under his XG. But yeah, 2 goals, 5 assists in 7 games. Stavitsky is a star. A star, I tell you. I had no idea there were 2 Trailer Park girls on the pitch. Indeed. Fart, says Ewan Go as we brought on Fortuna. Omdirk inquires whether if we keep winning, his brother Crodmo might be allowed to return to enjoy the experience. No, unfortunately. Unfortunately, all this does is prove that Crodmo has been the thing holding us back all along, which is a shame. A real shame. But since Omdirk has been here, we've kept 2 clean sheets. We've got a midweek game coming up against Piff in the club. Piff is quite a fun team to say. Ladislav Almasi fan says no. BMA says no. Hungda Min says no. Holy Fab says no. Doesn't sound good. RJ says good thing Crodmo is not there. This is very unfortunate. So Flapperoo 2 says any tips for FM25? Patience, unfortunately. Wait until it comes out. And then we might have some ideas. But hopefully, fingers crossed, we should get some news. That they did say originally at the end of this month, so they'll start the gameplay reveal period. So there is something to look forward to in January. Now, I would definitely have preferred for FM25 to be released in November, like it was meant to be. But in a weird way, I can look on the bright side of life as well, because normally January is a month of little optimism and hope. And with little optimism and hope, that's now been changed this year because we get to see stuff about FM25. We get a little bit of excitement, a little bit to, oh, for Christ's sake. Right, so our right back is out. Our backup right back was ineligible for the last game, and our backup right back is now out injured. So in comes Holmberg. Let's take him off the under-20s malarkey there. Available for under-20s. No, you're not. You are not available whatsoever. You need to be playing in our next game. So, did I pre-order? I've not pre-ordered technically, but because of I should be getting a copy through the affiliate link thing that I've done. So, yeah, I haven't pre-ordered, but that's because I'll be getting the game. Which is lovely. I'm very fortunate to be in that position. I'm very grateful to be in that position. And we've been looking to pay it forwards by then giving out other copies of the game, some that I'd be paying for myself, others that I'd be doing by any money raised through the affiliate scheme. But I'm not going to link the affiliate scheme because until we've got concrete evidence of FM25, I wouldn't encourage anyone to pre-order. So from Eminem to Monty Python, this stream has it all. We've got an eclectic mix here indeed. So for me, November is already late, so 25 is a no. Fair enough. I mean, I'm doesn't really like. I don't think I'd miss a version. I'm pretty certain they could release it in August, and I'd probably buy it in August. And then buy the next edition in November as well. I quite like the game, but perfectly reasonable to hold on and just wait out till 26. FM24 is still quite fun until you lose, until there's too many set piece goals as you concede, and then everything is rubbish. So am I going to do a women's football save? Ask you and go. I'm certainly going to be playing women's football. There will certainly be some content around women's football as well. I don't know if I'll be doing like a stream save. As with this, I've got the Pauk Zaragoza series that we're going to be heading back to. And as with like what's happening with this, kind of see where it goes. That's both in terms of the narrative of how a save guides us, but also for how long the save lasts as well. Like, no point in predicting ahead of time whether I'm going to have a save that lasts 6 months or 8 months, or it might only be 1 month. So I have no idea if there'll be like a long save with women's football. But as DM Basis says, mini Moneyballs for a few of the women's team could be really cool. There will definitely be Moneyball clinic content around women's football. There'll be a couple of other little bits here and there as well. I've already got some work coming up looking at Sonia Bompasto even for her tactical approach. So even before women's football is there, we've got some stuff that's possibly going to be coming into play. Now let's make the changes for the next game. That's bringing basically as many changes as we possibly can. I don't want Foncel in defence. I want Foncel in midfield. Diane in midfield. Juhi will play out wide. Fortuna in. Slayman up front. Next match only. Deep lying forward. Edlund onto the bench. Lofgren in. Rockman's back. Karkinen onto the bench. Willie Nunez onto the bench. That is our reserve team in earnest. Pretty much everyone's been changed apart from Kumetio. He's going to play basically every game at this rate, bless him. And mute again. There we go. So this, yeah, I mean, it's a friendly here. No, it's not friendly. It's a cup game against lower league opposition. They're not in an active league. So again, don't want to worry. Don't want to fall foul of hubris. But this should be a relatively easy win. So Tunshai Yazici is in over on YouTube. Welcome in. How are you? How was your New Year's? I hope you're doing very well. So Tales of the Tapes will wait for a discount, which makes sense. Holy Fab has never missed a version, but you might skip this one. Fair enough as well. So let's have a look there. Ladislav Almasi is a huge fan that there's going to be some Chelsea content with Bompastor there. I understand that a lot of people might choose to skip it. I also imagine that some of those views might change as well once we get to the hype being built up. I mean, I'm sure there have been many times when people have gone, I'm quite happy with the one as it is. I don't need the next one. And then you start to see like all the hype and all the new teams, and that changes a little bit. So yeah, I mean, perfectly reasonable to want to skip past it. Perfectly reasonable to think you want to skip past it and then change your mind when you see what's going on. Perfectly reasonable to never play an FM game ever again if that's so what you want to do. So let's see there. DM Basis says he'll be looking forward to seeing what women's leagues will be in it. So I'm excited. That's what I like to hear. I think I love having up-to-date players, as Deanne makes it from the penalty spot. Marvellous stuff. Like, even if it's just, so it'll be March to November potentially. So it's still going to be like an 8-month run there, which I can quite happily get value out of 8 months worth of Football Manager. I like a lot of the excitement comes. So the best way to explain it is like, a lot of people say that the March patch is the important one anyway, right? So let's see if we make it 2. No, that's when you get the updated squads from the January transfer window. And it always feels weird to me playing the 2-0, the January transfer window players right from the start anyway. So the introduction of real world mode last year was fantastic. I really like that as an idea. But once we get to about that April, May time, I'm interested in saves that look at what teams should be doing over the summer. I kind of really get into my bag at that point. So kind of in that respect, it being released in March is less of an issue for me than it might be for some others. And that's like, everyone is entitled to play FM how they like and be and respond to the delay how they like. So that's not me saying that you should all share my view on that, right? And that's just why a March release doesn't really bother me too much. So you missed a man in the box while making soup. You did indeed, Night of Knee. I'm sorry. Hugh and Go is saying the same here. Excited to see what FM does with it. I'm also quite excited just to get the hands on the new UI, the new interface. Just seeing all the changes. Rockman from the angle. Oh, Rockman.
Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny
Rockman goes for you.
Danny Rockman goes for Mariehamn.
Oh, what a finish. Absolutely twatted that in from the angle. Incredible stuff. By the way, Toby the Tubman, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a lovely New Year's and you're enjoying 2025 so far. So Hugh and Go says, I want to skip it, but when it comes out, I probably won't be able to contain myself and buy it anyways. That's fair. Holy Fab says, of course it might change. Just going to watch the content creators to see if it's something I want to get. I think that's like perfectly reasonable approach to do for every game as well. Like, there's always going to be someone out there who will play it first, and making your judgments with as much information as you can get is a pretty damn smart idea. So DM Basis, it depends on how much of a gap there'll be. I've never skipped, but if there's only 4 months between two releases, for example, then I'd maybe skip. That's fair. Omdirk has played every CMFM version. Omdirk likes football management games. There aren't really any other football management games. Omdirk can afford at least one game per year, so we'll purchase FM25. What would Crodmo do though, Omdirk? What's your brother's position on it? So Omdirk is correct, reckons DM Basis. We are 3-0 up against a non-league team. Well, an inactive league team. So, like, again, we can't really draw anything from this. But with that situation in play, we can bring Rockman off so that Nunes gets more than just like half an hour. Let's give him a whole 45 minutes, eh? Toby the Tubman, you have a message as well. I do apologize. Good evening. Been watching the YouTube videos and lives.
It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
My word, what a gentleman DM Bassist is. Gifting a sub to Toby the Tubman. You gentleman. You absolute gentleman. So you were saying that you've been using the skin. Honestly, can't go back. So much better than I've used before. Really enjoyed. Lovely to hear. Welcome in. I'm sorry for setting you down the path of using my silly skin. I'm glad, though, that you enjoy it. Rockman scores. Rockman's on to 3 goals now this season. We might have to consider actually giving him a new contract. His contract expires at the end of this season, and this year is very much a prove-it season for him. And early signs are that he is proving it. Right, so we're going to give Holmberg a little bit of a rest because we need him for the next game. We're going to give Kumetio a rest as well because he's been playing every game. That means that we're going to bring on Enquist. We're going to really move things around now. So Enquist comes into left back. Bonsell drops into the line. Person's going to become the left winger. Diane's going to be the halfback. Juhi on that side there. And again, we're going to give Per Edlund a little bit of game time, just to see out the game. Pizza time. He's got the pineapple pizza things. And so Holy Fab is pointing out, still got the same bad food takes. Pineapple on pizza. Goated. Raphael Silver's here. Good evening. How are you doing? I'm very good, thank you, my dude. Did you have a good New Year's? That's I suppose the main question really to ask. Lovely to have you in, my dude. We are absolutely on fire, aren't we? You could almost say we're gonna win the fucking league. Well, you see, I read that out, and that's what happens. But again, we can't read anything into this game whatsoever. So let's face it, none of this is really important. It's all about our next game in the league. That's the bit that matters. Champion soon, says Who and Go. Good evening. How are we doing? Welcome in, Adam. How are you, my man? How was your New Year's? Lovely to see you. We're doing well. We are currently, you're going to find out that Crudmo is pretending to be his brother, Omdirk, because whenever Crudmo is here, we don't win. But we're on a bit of a winning... Well, we're on an unbeaten streak so far. This is going to take us up to eight games unbeaten on the stream tonight. Now, most people would say 8 games unbeaten. That's quite impressive. But I don't think it is. I think what's more impressive is we've been streaming under 3 hours and we've played 8 games so far. We've played 8 games. That's the most important thing. How on earth has that happened? So let's see where we are. So DMB welcomed in and said that you've got to be aware it's not the statistics. Ladislav Almasi thinks he's going to skip, but will probably end up buying it. Omdirk has bad food taste like his brother. Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong on that one. You're wrong on that one. Can Piff get a second consolation goal? Here's Cacman. How have I spent this whole game not noticing that they have someone called Cacman? Cacman's an amazing name. Oh my, we need to sign Cacman. Right. Let's let this game finish so we can pick up Cacman. That's an incredible name. That's an incredible name. There is also coming in. Where's he gone? Why can't I find Hervan Ryan is here. Welcome in, Hervan Ryan. How was your New Year's as well? Lovely to see you in. Where is it? It was Cacman who scored. Cacman's not got a contract. Cacman's got 2 goals in 7 games. Playing as some kind of winger, right-footed, off the left. Might not be a very good player, but he used to play for Nistan. We have such a small scouting budget. We've got like £1,500 left in our scouting budget. £600 is 40% of our remaining scouting budget, but we are spending that 40% to find out more about Nico Cacman. Nico Cacman is an amazing name. I would be happy to sign him. I'd be happy for us to waste money bringing in Nico Cacman. Oh, this is where it goes. This is where we go wrong, though, guys. Our next game is away against HJK. This should be a difficult. We picked up a point against Ilves, but HJK feels like it should be a tricky one. So chips with mayo, not ketchup. We're Belgium. That's not even such a thing. What are we saying? So, Omdirk criticises Dutch cuisine. Oh dear. It's starting to get heated now. It started to get heated. Like there used to be a decent football management game from EA in the 2000s. Oh, I can't say I was ever a fan of the EA management games. They all felt just a little bit too, shallow. They never really felt to me. Now that's just very much a personal opinion. I just found that they didn't really lack any depth. Right, so I will have missed a lot of comments now. Every time I try and scroll up, my thing keeps on scrolling back down. So I'm going to miss some of the chat. If you said something you'd like me to reply to, just pop it in chat again. I do apologise. We have so much money. Bring no matter the cost. We will put some level in, but he's not on a contract. So at the moment, if Cacman is worth bringing in, I assume we either get him for free or essentially for like really small compensation. So that seems like good reason as any. I mean, on that basis, we could probably just bring him in without finding out anything about him. Cacman is going to gobble up all those loose balls. Absolutely. Nico looks good physically. Well, we don't have any scout information on him, so that's the higher end of the team's estimate on his value. So if he was like a 3 to 11 for pace, it's going to show to begin with as the very top of that range at 11, whereas in reality it might be 3. So we do need to know a little bit of information. So we've got some more Dutch cuisine arguments going on. We've been told to Google Stampot, Zuurkool, Boddenkool, and Hootspot. Interesting. I'm not sure any of those things are words. Thank you, RG. Right, this should line up quite nicely. We've got 15 minutes until the next break, which means we should be able to play this game against HJK. Just squeeze that out in time. Go for a break, play a mini game. Then we've got the game against last year's. We've got the holding, the reigning champions into Turku after that. So 2 big games. If we win this game, very unlikely, we'd go top of the league. I'd be quite happy with a draw. I'd be delighted with a draw, to be honest. So unfortunately, we've got to play, Olmberg out wide. Ryson, Kumetio. Engqvist is the starter still. We've got Dahlstrom and Akerike. We've got Stavitsky out wide. We've got Skoglund. We've got Karkinen. We have Lundberg. Lundberg as the target forwards. There's Lofgren, played for the under-20s. He's knackered. So Ponsel is on the bench as a backup defender, potentially. Deanne, Persson, Juhi, Rockman, Fortuna. Oh, that's too many players. Juhi out. Slayman in. That's our lineup. Here we go. Can we win this? Can we win this? That's a big ask. In fact, no, I'm not going to. We've got a rush before the break, so I won't pop a poll out. We will just let things play. Oh God, they've got Quentin Bratt in goal, don't they? They've got Quentin Bratt. He's really good. I remember this now. But we're going to talk about revenge again. I'm going to say I want a good performance. Here we go. Here we go. So there's a mention of the manager over on YouTube. Night of Knee mentions the game The Manager, a quality game. That was great fun. Great fun. I love The Manager. Lots of fond memories. So let's see. Right, can we build up from deep? Well, we're going to throw the ball away. It's a long ball sent forwards. Karkinen wins it. Lundberg is on the ball. Plays it back to Dahlstrom. Here's a Akerike. Into Karkinen. Look, we've got some Skoglund over on the left. He gets it there. No, we send it to Engqvist instead. He's going to run into the space. Sends the cross in. Karkinen. Nope, Lundberg gets the header. Never really going to trouble from there. Sad thing. So Tunshai Yaziki asks, how can I make my own skin? Tunshai, head over to the Sports Interactive forums. There is a sub-forum there specifically around skinning, which has a number of guides and information to start you along your journey. Right, Dahlstrom into Karkinen. Karkinen takes aim from distance. A goalkeeper of Brat's quality is going to save that with no problems. Johnny Trotter, right on cue, has the Brat icons out there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Right, chance for HJK possibly here. Sarpe back to Guth. Guth sends the ball out long wide. Here's a long name that I couldn't read in time. Good interception, but it's come forward again to Kusavi. Benesan crosses it. Holmberg gets it clear. Here's Pallas. Pallas sends the ball in low. Deedson scores. And it's offside. Yay! Yay! It feels this is what happened last time against them, wasn't it? This was what happened last time. We played really well, but we lost 2-0. They hit us on the break. It was Deedson that scored the opening goal. It looks like we might be looking at a very similar trajectory. Here's Ramadan. Ramadan beats his man, takes a shot. Let's fire up the team. They're starting to get into it a little bit more now, HJK. What have we got going on here? Hassane Bande is looking tired. Ramadan. Oh, it's Ramadan Sobi. How on earth have HJK signed Sobi and Quentin Bratt? That's an amazing team for this level. Here's Guth. Guth back to Simajoki. All the way back to Pallas. Here's forward again. Guth beats his man. He doesn't. Dahlstrom, though, just gets it clear. Can we apply pressure? We can't really. Sarpe into Mentu. Just players over wide on the right here. Right, overload on the right. Bande steps inside. Mentu with a great turn. Sends it miles over. Miles over. Can we do something right before the end of half? Here's Skoglund back to Akerike. All the way back. Here's Kometio back to Akerike. Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom from absolutely nowhere.
Owns a Nokia phone, likes a sauna in the cold. strong.
Absolutely spanks it from distance. A keeper of Quentin Brandt's quality should have saved that. Should have saved that indeed. It's been a poor game, to be honest. But I will take poor. 5 shots, 2 on target, 0.14 XG. 2 shots from then, 0 on target. You're doing well. You're doing well. Brighton is on a yellow card. We don't really have defensive depth at the moment. Let's see. We've got pass into space. We've got counter on, which is what we want. We're going to look to play wider. Let's try and stretch them, especially in transition, just a little bit more. We hopefully we can hold on here. Karklin's not been great. Might look to bring on Rockman. Rockman's felt a bit more direct when he's been on the pitch. So I think that could definitely help us again when we deal with those transitions. Bill Houdini is in. I've missed a few live streams since you're in Greece for the holidays, but I'm watching the recordings if my girlfriend gets asleep first. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Bill. Lovely to see you in. And you've chosen a good time to arrive as well, as we are 1-0 up against the mighty HJK. If we win this, we go top of the league after only 7 games, but still, that's something we haven't achieved yet, so that would be nice. Although we are being pushed back here. Here's Dahlstrom, plays it into Lundberg. Lundberg can turn. Lundberg, he should have played the pass forwards. It's a chance for us to push it forwards there. The moment isn't gone though. Lundberg's in behind. Lundberg with his right foot. Good save from Brandt, but their whole goal was gaping. It was gaping, I tell you. We're from the corner. Kumecho beaten in the air by Helm. Cedric will get to the loose ball. It's those moments, we've seen this before, where we've had some good moments, we've not taken our chances. We need to be clinical. Enquist with the corner, sends it into the far post. There's Kumecho off the post. Off the post from Kumecho. Now Enquist, no one's challenging him. He plays it to Holmberg, whose shot is deflected. It's another corner. Come on, IFK. Come on, IFK. We can do this. We can do this. Enquist into the mid, and there's Kumecho over. No, it's another save from Brandt. Another save from Brandt. And this time they get it clear. Kouassavi Benison, nobody's applying pressure. He's going to come away with it. Could this be a counter-attack for HJK? Come on, challenge. Someone go to the players. That's better from Enquist. Well done, Enquist. Out for a throw-in. Oh, come on. Pastor. Back to Kouassavi Benison. Deedson's on the ball. Can he create space? He can. Plays it to Sarpa. His shot grubs along the ground and it's wide. That's just their third shot of the game for HJK. Just the first one of the half. But here they are with a free kick. Kumecho gets it clear, but Helm's going to pick up the loose ball. He's going to play it back to Kouassavi Benison. Here's Pasta to Guth. Here's Sarpe now. Sarpe looks back towards his own goal. Plays it to Simijoki. Gets the ball over the top. Ramadan is in behind. Holmberg is on the... No. Great save from Snore. Oh. Right, let's see. Stavitsky is on a yellow card, so he's coming off. It's going to be the fart man. Bring on the fart man. Do the fart man. Holmberg, they've attacked that area. Holmberg is looking tired. Now, I don't want to put Okereke there. Okereke is also quite slow. Vucinic person could play that role. Let's just have a look here. Diane can play every position apart from defenders, but he can tackle. He's got decent pace. He's not particularly good in the air, but that's okay. I think Diane is going to play it right back. And we are going to play for set pieces. Let's see if we can just kill the game a little bit. Maybe a dive or two here. Maybe accepting a throw-in rather than keeping the ball in play every now and then. Or are we going to concede immediately? From the corner, Ramadan sends it in to Pasta at the far post. We get there first, but Guth gathers. Here's Simijoki to Sarpe, to Helm. Ramadan is over. It's blocked. It's saved. I don't know what happened there. I don't know who gets credit for it, but we come away with it. Into the last 15 minutes. Skoglund now in the book. Kereke is looking tired. Right, we're 10 minutes away. Both our defenders are booked. Time to get stuck in off. Bringing on Fonsell for the tired Akereke. We're bringing on Person on the left. We've now got, we're going to play with two fullbacks, but one of those, neither of those fullbacks are playing one of our fullback positions. That makes sense, right? That makes sense. It's another corner. Every time we go to make a substitution, it looks like, okay, that's not a highlight. That's fine. That's fine. 5 minutes to go. Hold on, boys. That's looking like a highlight. I don't like highlights. I don't like highlights. The only substitutions we have remaining are attacking options. So we're going to bring on Rockman. No, we're keeping... Yes, we're going to bring on Rockman. Rockman is going to drop down into this spot here. We're going to play with two shadow strikers. He's going to drop down onto support duty. We are going to drop that line a little. And we're going to push the time wasting up. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes we can do. We can do this, right? Dahlstrom into Karkinen. Karkinen plays it out to Fortuna. Could we make it 2-0? Fortuna sends it in. Lundberg attacks the ball. Fortuna again. Lundberg. 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 Lundberg.
He's the man in the box. Lundberg.
Oh my. Oh my. And he's about to come off as well. And I'm sticking with it. We're definitely going to drop and hold on for those last 4 minutes. In 5 minutes of injury time. It's been deserved as well. Look at the stats. Look at the stats. But can they pull one back? Surely the ref's got to blow the whistle now. Blow the whistle, ref. Blow the whistle, ref. Blow the whistle, ref. Get in. Get in. We're going to win the fucking league. We're going to win the fucking league. Oh, where is it? Where that sound you hear is everyone who wrote us off backtracking. What a performance. Mustermann out. Mustermann out. That was quite pleasing. I think I was quite happy with that result. This feels nice and weird, doesn't it? 10 games unbeaten. Not a bad little run that way. Get these guys resting up. How far away are we with Savalainen? He's still 3 weeks. Wheaton's 4 weeks away. We will have... So Diane is going to become that position there, which means we're going to bring Juhi in. We are quite weak there. Our next game against Into Turku's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I do need to catch my breath, which is a good point. So we have pretty much lined that up. I said this was going to work out almost perfectly with the ads. So we do have an ad break coming up. Let's see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes. we're back. We're going to play a round of Guess the Player. Thank you very much, Hungdamin, for redeeming the mini game as Adam questioned it. I did notice during the absolute madness that happened right at the end of that game that Kwan is in. Welcome in, Kwan. Happy New Year, my dude. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time. Lovely to see you there. I do apologise. As I said, I'm definitely not going to be able to catch up with chat today. I seem to be a little bit behind with quite a few things. So if there is something that you asked and you need me to come back to it, just pop it in again. It's not rude or anything at all. Absolutely 100% welcome it. What I will say is that DM Bassist appeared to be having some kind of question about whether 2 sticks of garlic bread was too many. Never. There is no such thing as too much garlic bread. You are absolutely fine. Just shovel it in, eat it as quickly as you possibly can, so you'll definitely get indigestion, but you won't have enough time to regret the decisions. Zenergy, as well, right at the end there, says that he's confused by the transfer system in America. Someone just asked if they could have one of his draft picks for free. I mean, if you don't ask, you don't get, I suppose. That's ultimately the way it works, right? Let's explain how Guess the Player works, in case there's someone here that hasn't seen it before. So it's a pretty simple concept. You're going to see 4 pictures of a player's profile in Football Manager 24. You'll see like little snapshots, one after the other. So we'll start with the positions that they can play. We'll see their attributes and their traits. We'll see their scouting report, and then we'll see the teams that they've played for. Your job is to guess who the player is. The earlier you guess, the more points you get, and the first person to guess gets the points. Those points end up on that scoreboard below. We run a scoreboard weekly and for all time as well. So even if you haven't played before, you can easily get onto this week's scoreboard, and maybe if you get a taste for it, you can come back. You can work out the timings on the breaks to just arrive in the stream for the mini games, and then you can go. You don't have to worry about all the rest of the nonsense. So let's head on over and we'll see what the very first clue is. The very first clue looks something a little like this. This player is a pressing forward, a right-footed pressing forward. We've had some guesses. The guesses rolling in whilst I'm explaining it. I will mention them in a moment, but I'm about to burp again. There we go. I'm getting good at this mutant thing. So it won't be Tapsoba. It won't be Harry Maguire. It's not Kyogo Furuhashi. It's not Kazuyo Yoshimiura or Takafuso Kuba. I see there's a bit of a theme. There's a bit of a theme coming through here. John Waff is here. Welcome in, John. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you, my dude. Happy New Year. So it's nuts to think that Miura was in the first Championship Manager game and as in the most recent. Crazy stuff, isn't it? So other good guesses coming in. We've got Yusuf Poulsen, Vangelis Pavlidis, Joshua Zirkzee, Jokeresh, Vardy, Selka, Werner, Hugo Duro, Robert Berzanek, Watkins. Got another guess for Furuhashi. We've got Maeda. We're not quite there yet. Let's move on to the second one, see if this helps in any way, shape or form. So Supreme Kwan was wondering whether it's a tall player. I suppose that comes down to whether you consider 6'1" to be tall or not. I'd consider it tall. I'd call it giant. Giant, in fact. So Kwan has had to miss the last few streams because of work. Completely understandable. Completely understandable, really. So Ladislav, our massive fan, describes him as a passion merchant, probably because of that determination, that work rate. This is also a bit of a penalty merchant too. Penalty taking of 16. And does that mean that it's Ivan Toney? It doesn't. It's not Rasmus Højlund or Brian Mbremo. Or Wissa. Wissa's a fabulous guess. Calvert-Lewin, Chris Wood. Right, it's maybe someone not very good, and now I feel bad guessing. You think it's not someone very good? I wouldn't dare want to comment, but I wouldn't necessarily describe this person as a good striker personally. So, is it Balotelli? Is it Muller? Is it Weghorst? It's none of those people. I think we might be able to help you out a little bit if we know what the league is. This is a EFL Championship player. This is an EFL Championship player who starts the game with a long-term injury. This is an EFL Championship player who starts the game with a long-term injury and can't cross the ball or finish. So, is it Taiwo Awoniyi? It's not. It's not Awoniyi. It's not Patrick Bamford. But describing Patrick Bamford as a striker that can't finish is a pretty fair thing to say. Is it Robert Firmino? Is it Kiefer Moore? Patrick Bamford guessed again there. We've got Logan Sargent. We've got Jorginho Rutter. We've got Jamie Vardy again. It looks like a lot of people are giants. They're 6'1". Quadmo has gone for Josh Sargent. We've got Joel Pirro. We've got Kamaru. Steve Bull. I like the Steve Bull guess. Now I can tell you that somebody has got it right. Somebody has got it right. They play for Norwich, which means it is indeed Josh Sargent, not Logan Sargent, Lalaslav Almaty fan. That is a fabulous 2 points to Quadmo. Quadmo's not meant to be good at this. Quadmo out. Here we go. They've turned. It's not Quadmo though, is it? These points are going to Omdurk. Omdurk, that's the name, isn't it? Omdurk has picked up 2 points. Sargent is the man, says Hungdamin. Adam wants to know, when do we guess the F1 driver? That could be something. Could you imagine if we did guess the FM player? I gave them an FM profile only for it to turn out to be an F1 driver. That's got to be the way we play. The applause is coming in from Levi, from Johnny, from RJ, from DMB, from Hungdamin. Omdurk acknowledges your applause. It's beautiful, beautiful stuff. Good work there. Good work indeed. Oh my. Is that? I think the good thing about these games is I'm finally a little bit caught up with chat. Look who we have here. I was going to call him the most amazing human being impossible, but he's not just the most amazing human being. What an incredible moment in his save last year after two whole years, over 2 years of toiling away with Slough. Success, genuine, amazing success has come to Slough Town, defeating Man United on penalties. Incredible stuff. Definitely, if you're not tuned into Why Callum, go and hit that heart now. Give him a follow. Absolutely incredible human being, a great creator, just genuinely such an engaged. Like, he's got this lovely, relaxing, soothing voice, a kind, generous heart, just pure entertainment all the way through. He might be blushing, but every single word there is true. Right, into our next game against Inter Turku. Can we carry on this fine run of form? We've started. We're going to start Diane. We're going to start Diane at the fullback. Here we go. Straight into it. Straight into the next game. How about that? The flirting. I mean, if you'd met Callum, you would understand why. Like, everyone wants a piece of that. Everyone wants a piece of that. The Charlie Gaming 88. You've asked about an online save. I don't tend to run online saves. They're a very, very tricky thing to coordinate, and unfortunately, at the moment with my calendar, I don't really have the capacity to do so. I'm sorry to say. Right, do we go for if you carry this on? No, we're talking about the fans, or are we talking about revenge? Revenge or fans? Revenge or fans? I'm going with fans. I know that revenge gets a response out of players, but I feel like the fans feel like what I'd want to say in this moment. Here we go. Come on. This is where we now put some space between us and the rest of the teams. Let's make it 8 games unbeaten at the start of the season. So how am I? I'm marvellous. I am absolutely fabulous. It's the new year. We've started off season 3 and we're doing really well. We're 7 games into the season. We're unbeaten. We might actually have. Oh no! Here comes a highlight. We might be moving in the right direction. We might be. It's a penalty for a push. Okay, that's how it is. That is how it is. Seydu sends Snore the wrong way. Snore was caught napping, and that's 1-0 to Inter Turku. Oh well. Still, even if we start off this stream with a 7-game unbeaten run in the league, plus the 2 games in the cup, That's been a pretty good start. We can accept a little hiccup here. Note it. No need to panic right yet. Anyway. So Crodmo and Umdork have very bad takes on everything, reckons Hollyfab. We've got some fighting in the comments. Oh dear. Yeah, won it 5-4 on penalties. What a fitting story it's been. Absolutely incredible. So good luck with the stream, says Hervan Ryan. Back to the Villa save again. See you later. When you're back, if you're back tonight, if you're back tomorrow, before you go, do let us know how you're getting on. Love hearing from it. There's a good chance we're into Turkey. We haven't created anything really so far. Neither team has, to be fair. That's 3 shots in the whole game. 4 shots now. The only one on target is the penalty. We might need to push things a little bit more. In terms of the momentum, not much really going. Let's ask a bit more. Dahlstrom's on a yellow card. Come on, a highlight at the end of the half would be nice. Stavitsky offside. We've not created whatsoever, but we'll hold on. We'll then look to make our tweaks at half time. You're gonna have to give my skin a go at some point. I love it. Why, Callum? I would be honoured if you do. I would also completely understand if you look at it and go, actually, nah, I'm done. That's fine. So hope they change the way pens are given. Toby, the tubby man, says, hope they change the way pens are given. Can be so frustrating. It can indeed. It's really, really difficult to tell what's going on at all, really. There's not really a view you can get or anything, but at the same time, like back in the day when we only had text, we saw nothing. A penalty's a penalty. We've been quite lucky so far. Is that the first penalty we've conceded on stream tonight? Which is much, much better than we normally do. So we're in the position we deserve to be. Put our hands on our hips. We are going to ask players to be more expressive. No, we're not. We're going to just change to attacking. We're going to that increases the tempo a little, directness a little. It should hopefully be enough. Now we do have to be concerned about Dahlstrom's yellow card. Do we bring on Juhi? Yes, we do. I don't like players on yellow cards. Obviously, the ideal situation would be to have Diane there, but we're a little bit struggling in the right back position right now. Right, we don't want to tweak too much. We'll run with that. We'll give it 10 minutes or so. See how we go. So Omdurk saw him racing at the Belgian Grand Prix in '93. It is very weird. Crodmo pretending to be somebody different, called Omdurk, but constantly referring to himself in the third person. So Tales of the Tape says the graphic engine always makes fouls look like non-foul and vice versa. Absolutely. RJ, even with the dots, you can't really tell what's going on. Those important challenges and crucial intervention always look like it's assaults. The ones where they don't ever get the ball, they're the ones that always confuse me. Here's Lundberg, back to Akereke, into Enquist to Skoglund. Enquist is down the line, play it back. Oh, Skoglund dwelled on the ball, but Karkinen steals it. Lundberg forces the save out of Huhtinen. It's a great strike, but possibly he could have taken it further. Stavitsky with the corner, sends it into the back post where Kometio is, and Krebs heads it to safety. Krebs it was who clearly dived. Clearly dived for that penalty. 100%, no doubt about it. Here's Stavitsky, Karkinen. Oh, Karkinen. Right, we said 10 minutes or so and we're going to make changes. The change is almost certainly going to be the introduction of Rockman as Juhi takes aim from the edge of the box with his weaker foot. Bad decision from Juhi. A corner now for Turku. Alman to send it in. It was Alman's corner that led to the penalty to begin with. Kometio gets it clear, but here's Ayubi. Ayubi to Helamar. His shot goes over. Omdurk was forced into this position as Crodmo was cruelly bullied and banished from the chat by his so-called friends. You're making some fine statements that you thought the chat were your friends. That's the problem. But why does that mean you have to talk in the third person of this fictionalized person? Couldn't Omdurk just pretend that he's being Omdurk all along and not refer to himself as Omdurk? I think that would work, right? Right, Kekarainen plays it forwards to Ayubi, back to Hammerlainen. Alman across to Patches. Patchester Halima plays the ball through. Duarte is onside, timed it nicely. He's not onside. He's not onside, but Reisman's block was good. Right, Karkinen's miss. Karkinen's miss. That means Rockman's coming in. We've still got 3 stoppages after that, so that's absolutely fine. Let's see where we're going there. Where are we? So he's crying in his bedroom, you know. That's understandable. Are we sure it's Finland? I expect more trees in the background. Well, we're on an island, you see. We're not mainland Finland here. So you don't see many trees. Actually, just outside of view is the seaside. I would like it known on record that I've always been pro Crudmos as DM bassist. At least someone has. Right, the last vestiges. We're looking for someone. Let's get a little more attacky on the left there. And that player who's going to be a little more attacky, that's going to be Fortuna. Is that what we're going with? On support. He's got stay wider anyway. Just pop him on cover. We've got a Kerake. Kerake drops in build up. We've got to go for it. We don't. Like a 1-0 defeat isn't the worst result in the world. But let's push forwards for that equaliser. Dejan Stavitsky with a great turn. Here's Rockman. Rockman feeds Lundberg. The shot is deflected. Oh, come on. We can do this. Stavitsky with the corner. Sends it in to the far post. There's Kimecho beating the air once again. Last 15 minutes or so. Let's fire these boys up. Into the final 10. Another throw-in. Once again, Stavitsky and Dejan combine. Plays it all the way back to Juhi, who finds Reiten. Across to Kimecho. Can we move it across to the left with some urgency? No. We'll go back to the keeper. Here's a Kerake out to Engfist. Down the line. There we go. There's Fortuna. Fortuna cuts it across. And there it is. It's Lundberg. We've pulled it back.
He's the man in the box. Lundberg.
The fucking Rabona. It's a fucking Rabona assist. Oh my. Where is the camera that we need? It's not that one, we need this one. Fortuna, you absolute cheeky son of a bitch. The Rabona. Lundberg with the header. Oh, fancy indeed, Brazilian Fury. Fancy indeed. Right, let's get ourselves back onto those cameras. Right, into the last 10 minutes. We're not going to change. We're chasing it. Well, we are going to make a change. We're going to bring on subs. And those subs are going to be Vucinic Person on for Enquist, who's looking very, very tired. And Fonsel on for Kerake for the exact same reason. It's just fresh legs. We're still going with the attacking system. Can we steal it at the death? Nothing much is happening right now. Nothing much is happening. But that's okay. A draw is fine. We're into the 6th minute of 5 minutes of injury time. 1-1, I'm quite happy with. Welcome in, Maestro, by the way. Hola, senor. Hola, indeed. No, Lundberg scores. Lundberg scores indeed. The fart assisted the bird. Absolutely. We got to hear a little bit of Alice in Chains. It's a Rabona. A fart boner. A fart boner. This is most definitely what that's going to be called. We gave away clearly a dodgy penalty. Wasn't a penalty whatsoever. But the fart boner to Lundberg. Right, I'm proud of the fact that we came back. We went all the way till the end. We maintain our spot at the top of the table, 1 point ahead of Lahti. Now, Inter Turku haven't been great this season, neither have HJK. But yeah, we've now got Lahti in the next game, and it's another away game. That does mean, though, so if we get a lot of our away games out of the way early in the season, means that we're going to end up with a nice run of home games a little bit later. Here we go. Larty in 3 days' time. We've got to drop Karkinen. Rockman has to come back in, I reckon. That was a big miss from him earlier on in the game. So it's a Rabona with the emphasis on Bona. The Fortuna is the right-footed Lamella, evidently. Get him Anthony's Brazilian passport. Well, I mean, let's not get ahead of himself. He is Russian. So there might be a little bit of the Golovan going on. There might be something a little untoward, but I am happy. I completely and utterly 100%, and you can clip this, I support doping in football as long as it means that IFK Mariehamn get to win games. Right, so Juhi is out. We are now looking quite stretched at both centre-back and centre midfield. Now it's the injury, at right-back and centre midfield. The injury at right-back means that we have midfielders playing there, which means we're thin in midfield. So it's all kind of a knock-on effect at the moment. So I assume that means Holmberg's going to come back in onto the bench. The young right back who's not necessarily good at anything. He's not coming onto the bench, in fact, because he's now out for 3 weeks with pulled knee ligaments. Oh, is that Lofgren onto the bench? Maybe. Igor Lofgren, our gentle giant, makes it onto the bench. The 18-year-old, light-hearted, 6'5", 13-stone central defender. He can jump. He can tackle. He's got good natural fitness. I mean, that's quite impressive to have good natural fitness when you're 6'5" and 13 stone. Like, you'd expect that his knees are surely going to give way any time now, but evidently not. So there, that keeps Deanne at the base at right back. Fonsell will be our only central midfielder to come on off the bench. Rockman comes into the starting lineup there. Can Skoglund play deeper? Skoglund can play defence midfield. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We're going to start Fortuna on the left. And that means that we could potentially bring Skoglund on as a substitute. VAR robbed us of a win, says Hugh and Go. They did indeed. Knight of Knee asks Brazilian Fury, any advice on what leagues to use on a one-club save in Brazil? Going to take Sport Receive to glory if possible. A good question. So, Brazilian Fury, if you're still around, Knight of Knee would love your input. Upper Mudrik, says Ladislav Almasi. Exactly. I will 100% accept the Finnish equivalent of Mudrik over here. Say no to drugs, says Supreme Quan. Levi says drugs out. I mean, unless it leads to, as Ladislav Almasi says, unless it leads to a Mariehamn title, a Champions League title. Yeah, definitely. I would definitely condone such things if you could do so. Now, I do have a responsibility to be sensible, and obviously all of this is being said in jest. Do not do drugs, kids. Do not do drugs, kids. Right, here we go. Rockman's the change. Fortuna in there. Oh, tricky away game here against FC Lahti. FC Lahti are just behind us in the league. Just 1 point separates us. Oluwayemi has a tendency to have some very, very good performances against us. Another chance to talk about revenge. So let's talk about revenge once more. And then we head into the game. Let's see if we can do it. Oh, look at this. Say no to gegenpressing is here. Relay Hell gegenpressing, welcome in. Happy New Year to you. I hope you had a wonderful evening and 2025 is marvellous. Lovely to see you. Now, I assume that if anybody in here is Spanish speaking, you probably already know I can't even say it, gegenpressing. Say no to gegenpressing. But if you don't, you should definitely check him out. Even if you don't speak Spanish, go check him out. He's a lovely gentleman. Wonderful podcast as well. Right, so let's see what we've got people saying here. Unless it benefits your team, exactly. So they say no way. Omdirk cheers on his favourite Åland Island side. Do you have a second favourite Åland Island side? You've signed Keskinen from HJK before. He's really quick with no end product like Mudryk. So Keskinen always causes us problems. Here's Lundberg. Lundberg, what a turn! Oh, he did brilliantly to cut back inside. The finish wasn't there though. Heston Vanner is here, being checked out during the holidays. Gonna catch up on all the squad movement and everything. How are you feeling for season 3? Well, Heston, we're feeling pretty good right now. We've played 8 games and we're currently top of the table. So that certainly makes me feel good. As Lundberg with the header, unfortunately can't quite get enough on it. I feel like we've made a lot of dramatic moves this off-season. Last season was disappointing. We needed big changes. Now, we've started okay. I do think overall the squad might have gone backwards a little bit, allowing us to move forwards in the long term. As Lundberg heads it straight at Oluwayemi. So, top half, I certainly think we should be good for that. We should be in with a challenge for a European spot. If we play to the uppermost reach of our ability, I feel good. I feel good. But here's Kabashi now on the ball, plays it down to Ivanovic. They have 2 players over on the right. Here they find Koskopalo. Koskopalo was on loan with us in the first season. He sends the cross in to Machis Alves. His header is just over. Just over. I would love to bring back Koskopalo if we could. That's kind of the right back player I would like. Oh no. Guys. It's not the Stavitsky. It's not the Stavitsky. The groin injury. Alright. Bartman goes out onto the right. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. We keep Fartman on the left. We bring Karkinen on. We'll pop Rockman down on the right there. That way we've still got Skoglund as an option for a more central position if we need to. So we got to be back on stream soon with our role play. We signed Lee Mansell as a Barnley coach. Oh, interesting. Do you know when you'll be back to streaming? Do you have like a day or in mind, or maybe a week? So let's see. Omdirk's second favourite All-Insiders, IF Finström's Kamara Turner. Here's Rogman. Oh, what a poor finish. Could I show Lundberg's progression after the game? I feel like he's improved a lot. Sure, we can do. Obviously, without attributes, it does make it a little bit harder to tell. But we should get a decent enough picture. We should be 1-0 up after that half. I'm happy with how we've dominated. I'm not going to make any changes. I think that we're doing enough of the right things for an away game against a good team. Simjunovic plays it too hard for Edvarsson, gives it away straight away. It was the Stavitsky. It was not the Stavitsky. We have no Stavitsky now. So fantastic start. Feel like year 3 is usually when the saves move forwards, being your squad. Exactly, Heston. 100% agreed. It was the Stavitsky in the library with the lead pipe. Well, ironically, it looks like Stavitsky was the victim. Karkinen plays it through to Lundberg. We would benefit from Lundberg having a better right foot. We might need to work on that. It was with the knife. RJ reckons it was the knife. Of course, I always get that wrong, says Zenergy. Right, Simjunovic. Oh, Dahlstrom's now injured. What do we do here? That's why we had Skoglund on the bench. So Skoglund comes in. That means we've only got 1 stoppage after this, so we kind of need to make... I don't want to make 3 changes at once if I don't have to. Fortune has not been great. Lundberg's missed big chances. So on comes the Slayman. Give him a good 35, 40 minute run out. Right, Koskopalo loses out to Engqvist, who plays it into Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom's time on the pitch is going to come to an end soon. Kamecho back to Dahlstrom. Here's a Kereke back to Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom finally passes forwards and it's Karkinen. Karkinen waits, plays it back inside to Diane. To Reitinen, across to Lundberg. Lundberg plays the pass to Karkinen. Karkinen goes on the outside. Karkinen, can he cross it? He can. Lundberg scores. There we go.
He's the man in the box. Of
Get in. Get in. Let's cancel those substitutions then. So let's cancel that. We still need to bring Dahlstrom off. So we still need to make that change. But that change is now going to be Michael Fonsell. We'll put a Kereke on the right. He can pass. And we will just leave. We're going to save it. So we're going to have 3 substitutions to finish off with our last change, potentially. So is it injury game time? It does feel that way. It does feel that way a little bit. So it looks like Relay Hell still not, because we're about 12 participants. And these holidays are so busy that trying to work with 4 different time zones, completely understandable. Completely understandable. So maybe next week. That's quite cool. Look forward to it. Oh no, Conqueror is in through behind him. Conqueror with the... And the roly-poly robs it in our face. Undeserved. Undeserved. Look at this run, though. He's ready for the run. He sees that Edvardsen... Can Edvardsen really see that pass? That is an amazing pass. Look at this. From this perspective, he has nowhere to pass it. To know that Conqueror is going to make that run. Kimetcho caught flat. My word, that is sensational. Then he cuts inside, spots the corner, curls it into the far post. What a beautiful, beautiful goal. Can we get back? Can we get the lead back again? There is a highlight straight from kickoff. What does this mean? We're into a Kereke, back to Reitinen, back to a Kereke. Karkinen plays it out to Rockman. Rockman pushes it down the line. Can he send the cross? And he can. Lundberg, his head is over. A chance for an immediate response, sadly not there. Kwan says, who needs a right foot when you have a messy left? Fair point. Fair point. Reitinen across the snore. Kimetcho. We're doing quite well building up from deep. And now I've said that, does that mean an error is going to come? Enquist. Back into Fonsell. To Lundberg. Fortuna. Fortuna's been quite quiet. No Raboners, no fart boners yet in this game. Reitinen, Kimetcho, can we find a way to progress through the lines? Diane, if he carries, plays it through to Karkinen. Karkinen shot saved by Oluwayemi. RJ says this goal deserves a clap, though. It did. It was genuinely a lovely, lovely goal. Kimetcho can't win the header, but here's Fortuna. We've said that he hasn't done much. Kereke ends up taking the shot. Good, well blocked. There, it just fizzles out. Diane with a free kick. Diane's free kick is pretty wild. Pretty wild, if you ask me. We've only got the one stoppage that we can use left, so we're holding on a little bit here. And that change is going to be a Kereke off. On comes Skoglund into the midfield area there. Lundberg got the goal, but we were going to bring Slayman on before. Let's bring on Slayman. And that last change is going to be Fortuna coming off, replaced by Persson. This is what we're going with into the last few moments. Is it? Is it? Yes, Fortuna is tired. We are, though. We are going to push them up. We're gonna put the left back at right back. We're going to put Skoglund behind the striker. Karkinen as the inside forwards. We're going with that. We're going with that. And we're pushing up to attacking. Into the last 10 minutes. Let's go for it. If we lose, and losing an away game to a team like Latte in the position they're at, that's absolutely fine. But even if we don't create chances, which it looks like, at least if we're going with the right intention, I can feel no regrets, right? Surely. Persson into Slayman. Slayman has dropped deep nicely. Here's Rockman. Can he get past his man? He does a pretty decent job. The cross comes across. It's weird. Skoglund. Oh, Skoglund. Big misses in this game. I say no regrets. There are regrets. The regrets are the finishing. Here's Edvardsen. Plays it into Conqueror. Loses out to Fonsell. Reitinen into Diane. Here's Vucinovic Persson. We're into the last 5 seconds. Let's have some urgency, lads. Rockman's created some space. The ref blew up straight away whilst we're on the attack. I'm disappointed in the referee there. There we go. We can feel pretty hard done by in terms of the result, but we played well. We we just need to get our finishing boots on. I'll take that. If we look at the numbers, we should have won. Sympathise. I'm disappointed. You missed the chances. I'm not going to complain about the goal. A beautiful pass, a lovely cut inside, finished right in the top corner. A lovely, lovely goal. We do maintain our lead as well. So not the worst thing in the world. Stavitsky is out for 5 weeks. That's not good. Dahlstrom is out for 2 to 3 days. We have a cup game though. So we do at least get to rest some players. I swear last season we didn't have so many games on a Wednesday. Look at this. Last season. April, there was just the one cup game. So there's a Saturday, then there was time off. There's over a week between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games in April and May. This year, ignore the friendly. So we started 4 days later on the 11th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's just the one more game, but it started a few days later. Feels like we've had, for a league that I swear is just one game a week most of the time, we've had a lot of games. So let's see. We've got those guys rested. That's fine. It beginning to look like the terrible reign of Crudmo is over. Well, we still haven't lost on stream tonight, which is a rare, crazy thing. So RJ has asked, could you show Lundberg's progress? We will indeed. So in terms of ability, it reckons that he's actually got worse. I don't know if I know that's all relative, but in terms of attributes, let's pop into all time. He has improved quite a lot mentally. Improved anticipation, improved composure, improved decisions. Not that much improvement off the ball. Decent improvement in vision. A little bit better in acceleration. A little bit better in jumping reach. Much better in stamina and strength. He hasn't improved his finishing or his first touch. I'm like, okay, not great. But like the fact that, so for a big player, he's now got decent acceleration. He's got elite jumping reach. That's like massive for the role that he plays. So I'm quite happy with all that. I don't know what his ceiling is. Like it reckons that he can improve by another star, up to another 2 stars, but how much can I trust their judgment? I don't know. So out 5, he says maybe because of the World Cup. Possibly that might make sense. I forgot to mention. So whilst I was playing through the friendlies before Monday night stream, Patrick Wrighton is now a Finnish international. We have an international defender. He didn't just get called up by Finland. He actually played. That was quite nice. Right, into the next game. A cup game against we can run with that. They're calling it an injury crisis now. We've got double the injuries of any other team. Well, this I swear we're always in an injury crisis, so it no longer feels bad. Like I'm expecting. I feel like we've been okay this season. There we go. They're happy with Martin Norden. Nothing exceptional there. Maybe we'll see. Potentially he'll get a game with the players we have available. Right, what's our game after the cup as well? So I'm guessing, like we've played HJK, we've played Ils, we've played Inter Turkey, we've played Lati, we've played Oulu, we've played Nistan. So I feel like we've played all the teams that were in the top 6 last year. And whereas our kryptonite, so to speak, has often been the smaller teams. So really keen to see whether we can maintain that form against teams we should be beating, because they're the ones where we used to drop points. And that will definitely be the big test. Karkinen named him in the team of the week. Jimmy Slayman is devastated because he hasn't scored much. Hasn't scored since that open goal, possibly against Kyrgyzstan in the opening fixture of the Cup. Maybe not. Here we go then. What's our position right now? Savolainen, Kuisinen aren't available. So our squad, we've got Artie Marty in. Lofgren to play instead of... right, we're going to rest Kimetio this time. Person comes in. Zhu, he's out injured still, isn't he? So our midfield options aren't great. No Holmberg. What do? We do Fonsell, Bukereke, Skoglund, Fortuna, Harkonnen, Slayman. Nunes on the bench. Dahlstrom nowhere near the squad for this game. Edlund on the bench. On the reserves, they said that they were quite impressed by Nordin. So Nordin comes in. And Yama Mohammed can come on as well. Enquist off for that one. Not match fit, but if we can bring him in for like the last 15, 20 minutes when we've got a comfortable lead, that would be quite nice. I think that would be good if we don't have to play Diad the whole game. 3 players on yellow cards. So we can expect one of them to be suspended for the next game. I'm sure that will make me delighted. Right, here. JJK. Stick to the plan. We're staying with the whole. Don't worry about it, guys. I know you're all reserves. I have very little expectations on you. That's essentially what we're saying. Huesca is coming this week for the medical tests. Yeah, exactly. Right, Karkinen can't run onto the ball. It would have been a miracle to have got it from there. Mantimaki into Swamalainen. Huitinen to Sauriko. Sauriko gets past his man, plays it out. Savella into Kurvish Soja. Bluoma. Sumalainen makes the turn. Yeah, underwhelming shot. Underwhelming shot indeed. Oh, we've got another highlight. An exciting start to the game from the looks of things. Brighton on the ball, plays it all the way back to Marty. Artie Marty. Lofgren into Akereke. Diane down the line to Fortuna. Fortuna gets past his man, swings it in at the far post to Skoglund, knocks it down to Slayman. To Akereke. Akereke is going to take aim. Akereke is not the kind of man who scores goals. And he's not the kind of man that will score goals. So RJ said in the previous game that it was a 3-pointer in rugby with that finish. A Knight of Knee agreed. Said we would have called it 3 points for Wales. Absolutely. Right, pretty dull start to the game so far. Just the one shot from each team. And we've seen them, both of those as highlights. Neither of them probably should have been highlights. Fonsell with another pretty underwhelming shot. Let's ask for a little bit more creativity. Let's try and play through those lines a little bit more. Let's remember that Jimmy Slayman is not a target forward, so we should have changed his role. Here's Sariko. Down the line, lovely pick up from Savla. Sends the cross in. Ali Taka can't get there though. Here's Skoglund. Turns and runs at the defender. Plays it inside to Fonsell. Fonsell takes a run at the defender and it falls to Person. Person realises that the last 2 players ran at the defender and failed to do anything at all, so just plays the pass inside. Here's Skoglund. Feeds Slayman. Slayman hits the crossbar. That was a nice move. Finish, unfortunately, wasn't there. In Anderlecht, not Mariehamn. Yeah, I mean, I would have been surprised if Huesca would. I said agreed rather than nice, which is what I meant to say. I'm tired. I'm not that tired, actually. I was before I started, but I'm feeling quite good now. I'm just making no sense. Oh, that's a lovely touch from Fortuna, finding Karkinen. Karkinen can't finish, though. Zanka wants to leave. That's surely the best bit of news. That would if you had a choice between signing any of the players you're linked with or getting rid of Zanka, would you prefer to just get rid of Zanka? Here's Karkinen. Karkinen's got to make amends. No foul. No foul. She's indicating there's no foul. We have a female ref. That's nice. That's cool. Oh, that's really cool. Right, person with the corner. Sends it in. We don't get to the first ball. Akeroke's beaten to the second ball. Here's Skoglund. Skoglund to Reitinen. Zanka out. Krodmo in. Is Krodmo suggesting that he could fix Anderlecht's defensive frailties? Here's Diane. Diane, can he swing it in? He plays it back to Akeroke instead. Here's Lofgren feeding it to Fortuna. Beaten in the air. Diane with the water. Oh, yes, there we go. Finally, just as we're coming into the last moment, it hit the post again, but fell kindly to Skoglund for the rebound. Bertonian is back anyway. Fair. Diane with a lovely karate kick type thing. It hits the post, hits the keeper, lands at Skoglund's feet. We've got a little bit of luck there. A little bit of luck falling our way. Right. I'm kind of happy. I wouldn't necessarily be too enthusiastic. Willie Nunes is obviously going to be played, as does Rockman. So Rockman needs game time. He's going to play out wide. Nunes needs game time. Both those guys are at full fitness, so that's okay. We're not going to make the other changes just yet. Let's see if we can get a second goal early on. Then we can look to bring on the players that maybe aren't quite as fit, and hopefully spare Diane and Akeroke a little bit. Let them have a bit of a rest. That's the theory. Obviously, it requires us to score another goal. Right. Luoma plays it in to Mantimarki. Mantimarki, not really receiving much pressure, able to run down the right, swing the cross in. Sarako heads it over. That's all very, very passive. Very, very passive there. It's now a free kick, and it's hit the outside of the post. Eesh. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. This is not a good start to the second half. Right, Fortuna plays it through. Here's Willie Nunes. Willie Nunes. Send it across Willie Nunes. Behind to Fortuna. And the shot's over. And the shot's over. We seem very reluctant to send those crosses in. Like those, we've got low crosses on. And I don't mind the crosses not being low every time, because we have kind of some physical profile in our players. Oh, I think we got away with one there. Lofgren, though, plays it back to Martin. Sends the ball long. Chance here for JJK. Plays it through the line. Mantimarki. What a block. What a block from Martinen. What a block from Martinen. Sarako to take the corner. Crosses it into the far post. Martinen gathers. Martinen is out here fighting for that number one spot. Corner. Person. Sends it in. Who's at the far post? Reitinen is at the far post. He's beaten, though. Rockman picks it up. Rockman hits the post. Once again, Person sends it across. Another corner. Another corner. Thank you for the hydrate. And Reitinen once again beaten to it in the air, and it's Rockman who gathers. 15 minutes into the second half. What happened? I feel asleep. Is Krodmo in a thing again? Asks Hollyfab. I think Krodmo is trying to make Krodmo in a thing again. Person sends it back to Foncel. Foncel back to Person. Here we go. Play it down the line. There we now get the cross in. Into Rockman. Rockman's picked up an injury. He sends the cross into Fortuna. That's 2-0. We can make the changes. But oh no, Rockman's injured. Rockman's injured now as well. That change means that Norden's going to come on. Fortuna's going out to the left. Yama Mohammed is coming on for Diane. And the last change is we're not making a last change. We will save the last player until we might pretend. Look, we're probably going to end up with another injury, so we might as well just save the last substitute with the way things are going. I was just wondering if it was time yet. it's hopeful. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of hopeful circulation. Well, if Mustermann is still winning, you're in the mud, friend. We have had a couple of draws now, Hollyfab, but they're not bad results. A draw against Inter Turku, last season's champions. We were robbed. They got an absolutely not a penalty. Jimmy Slayman makes it 3-0. Martin Nordin on his debut with the assist. Beautiful stuff. And then a draw away from home against Larty. Again, we can feel a little hard done by. But if we don't take our chances, that's very much on us. But we haven't lost yet. That's the main thing. We haven't lost a game yet. So Crodmo's it's not looking all that good for Crodmo. Slaymar, says Ladislav, our massive fan. I thought you'd enjoy that. No Slayman crisis anymore. Potentially we will. He seems to be very, very sad about the fact that he's not scoring league goals, and that doesn't change the fact, unfortunately. Chance for JJK from the corner. Ahinen, good save from Martin. Martin's been okay. Okay, I mean, like, there was that shot straight at him that he pushed behind for a goal, for a corner there. So it's hard to be too effusive in my praise for him, but he's made a couple of decent saves. Fortuna looking to maybe get us on the board for a fourth. Doesn't happen. Here's the turnover. JJK down to Sastamoinen. Sastamoinen sends the cross in. There's 3 players over. And I was going to say that's the equaliser. That's the equaliser? Oh dear. Oh, it's only for the league. He's picky on his complaints. So he's got a target to get more game time, to improve his squad status. He needs to score 8 goals in the league. And he hasn't scored any yet this season. Now, obviously, his squad status, his game time is tied to his squad status. So, he needs to be getting those goals. Little does he know that we'll lose Lundberg at the end of the season, which puts him in pole position, really, for a bigger game share next season. We've saved on a clean sheet bonus. I think we can be happy with that, right? No clean sheet bonus. We got the win. We only lost 1 player to injury. Let's see what the damage is with Rockman. Rockman is out for a week and a bit. What does that do? Do we have a break coming up? We do. So we play the game against FC Haka. Then there's a 2-week break before we play KTP. They're the team that got promoted last season. And then there's that. Okay, that's not too bad. And then TPS. We play TPS, isn't it? So we had 9 league games. Right, so we're 2 games away from the halfway point of this season, which is not too shabby. There's only, though, like a 4-point gap between us and a 5-point gap between us and 7th. It is very, very tight at the top right now. Nobody's really pulling away in any respect. So training and rest. So DM Bassist, if that's all right with you, the break is going to be coming up in a few minutes. So we'll play the next minigame, once we come back from the break, if that's cool. We'll keep Lundberg, says RJ. We can only hope. Brighton have lost the Conference League final to Athletic Club in extra time. A 95th minute equaliser to take it to extra time. Harsh. Poor Brighton. 5 points between 1st and 8th. It's tight. It is very, very tight. Bless you. Thank you very much, DMB. Raphael Silva says, sure, we will win the championship. There's a long way to go yet. But we've gone 12 games unbeaten. That's not a bad sign. Oscar snores within a week. Is it really within a week? 30th of the 6th. It expires very soon. Right. He's conceded 10 goals. What does he want? God, that's come about so quickly. 1K to 1.3. Will you do a little bit less? He might do a little bit less. We might be able to get him under a K. Under a K for a starting goalkeeper, I am 100% on board with. Sell on fee. Bring that down to 5%. Bring that down to 950. Push that up to 3 years. 10%, 3 years, 950. 10%, 2 years, 975. There we go. I'm pretty content with that. He has conceded just a little bit more than expected. But yeah, I mean, we've seen him make saves in games. That's something we haven't been able to enjoy much recently. So I'm very much enthused by that so far. Let's have a look at what we've got here. We've got nothing going on, so we need to just sort this bit out. I know that they've said that they're unhappy with training. I don't care. They're always going to moan. We will, though, take a look to see how things have improved reasonably. Okay, so you reckon that we're the best team by far? Rafael Silva thinks. I think that we certainly. I think in Stavitsky we have, and Comecchio, we have two very, very good players. I think though, like HJK's team is incredible. Like Quentin Bratt is legitimately like a good goalkeeper. They have Ramadan Sobhi as well, which is astonishing at this level. In terms of like star power, certainly I wouldn't say that we're a top team. We are second, but look at that. Like HJK, odds of 3 to 10. So Bratt is on loan. They've got Cedric from Racing Santander as well. They've also got a player called Snore, but Snore is the first name. Snore Furnace. That's an incredible name. Never heard of him. Topi Keskinen was sold. That's a big loss. Yeah, HJK are a much better team than us. Do we have anyone? Stavitsky and Person apparently are in the Dream 11. Well, maybe we should be starting him. Any of our other players appear in the list of key players? They don't. But certainly, I think we should be top 6 at least. Keep Snorlax, says Ladislav Massey fan. He's been a good goalkeeper. I like him, that's for sure. It's under a K. Like just under is still under. That's all that matters. Does his loan ends after his contract expires? His contract expires on 30th of the... What was it? 30th of the 6th? It's 30th of the 6th, wasn't it? But his loan ends before then. Oh, what does that mean? We might be without him for a few weeks. Anyway, we'll find out after the break, because that's coming in about 10 seconds. We'll come back, play a minigame, and work out if I've really fucked things up over that goalkeeper loan. See you in 3 to 4 minutes. Right, let's go in for a double header of mini games. Because I reckon that once we hit the halfway point in the league, that feels like a good time to end the stream. We've got through that way half of the season in the stream, which I think would be quite nice. So let's play both the mini games and round things out. So we'll start with Only Connect. I'll explain the rules of Only Connect if there's anyone here that hasn't seen it before. Holifab wakes up at the sound of mini games. That's exactly. So the way Only Connect works, you're going to see 4 pictures of players. They share a common connection. You'll see one photo after the other, and your job is to guess what that connection is. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The name of the player won't be on the picture. You need to work that out. So if you know, pop it in chat so everyone else can know as well. We'll see the first clue and see if we get anywhere from there. RJ has gone for not born on a January 1st. Quite possibly. I don't know when these players are born. I can give you that tip right off the top. Now, do we know who this gentleman is? This gentleman, quite a famous player. Definitely famous. I would expect someone knows who it is. That is a Besiktas kit. Ladislav Almasi is going in and saying retired in 2024. It's not that they retired in 2024. Quadmo has correctly guessed that it is Ricardo Quaresma. Ladislav Almasi said, are they all proper Chelsea? So we've got, Quaresma, RJ. Maestro is suggesting they might all be Trivola Kings. A fine guess as well. As has Taylor the Tapes has come through saying the same thing, Trivola Merchants. Quadmo's gone for all played 1 season at Barcelona. It's not that either, I'm afraid. And Tempo correctly over on YouTube has identified it is Ricardo Quaresma. I think it's going to be pretty tricky to get the connection on the first one. So let's move across to the second one and see if that helps at all. So Ladislav said that they all scored goals at a tournament, a major international tournament. It's not that. Tempo has guessed that they've all scored Rabona goals. It's not that either. And DM Basis went for they've all played alongside Ronaldo. And it's not that one either. They are all very, very good guesses though. But here we go. Here is the next clue. And look at that wonderful, wonderful goatee. El Norby has gone for Dribbly Boys. I do like me a Dribbly Boy. That is true. I don't know how to quantify Dribbly Boys though for a game like this. So Quadmo has pointed out that this is Juan Sebastian Veron. It is indeed Juan Sebastian Veron. Maestro says, who is this baldy? Tales of the Tape says La Brudita. It is. All played for Inter. It's not all played for Inter. Is that in a Sunderland kit? It's not in a Sunderland kit. Unfortunately, one Sebastian Veron was far, far too good for Sunderland. I know that will upset the Sunderland fans. Rich Sunnet, if you're lingering, if you're lurking, I do apologise. So Landislav's still saying that they're still all proper Chelsea. It's not that. So all careers ended in 2023. Holifab has gone for. It's not that either. Now, I save my more abstract stuff until Fridays, but that's because Friday's the end of the week. It's a special occasion. New Year's Day is also a special occasion, isn't it? So New Year's Day is definitely also a special occasion. So, John Raff points out, potentially could they have a link to Estudiantes? It's not that, I'm afraid. They're not all treble winners. Were they all managed by Mourinho? Chelsea players bought from Inter? It's none of those, I'm afraid. Let's see. I mean, it is looking all very Chelsea related, isn't it? It's all looking very Chelsea related. You wouldn't believe me if I tell you it might not be Chelsea related. So Levi has correctly identified that this is Antonio Rudiger. It is Antonio Rudiger. We've so far had Ricardo Quaresma, Juan Sebastian Veron, and Antonio Rudiger. They're all proper Chelsea, says Ladislav Almasi fan. Sadly, it's still not that. Is it that they flopped in England? Oh, a bold take. Because indeed, I mean, I think Quaresma was underwhelming. I think Juan Sebastian Veron never quite really worked. But I would say that Rudiger wasn't a flop in England. I wouldn't call Rudiger a flop in England. Neither would Ladislav Almasi fan, it appears. So did they all leave Chelsea for no transfer fee? I assure you, this has nothing to do with Chelsea. Nothing to do with Chelsea whatsoever. Rudiger was dreadful till Tuchel. That's kind of fair. I think that Chelsea were a little bit dreadful until Tuchel as well, I'm afraid to say. So do we have any idea? Maybe something a little bit more abstract? It might be a little bit more abstract, but RJ, who often mentions that it's only fair for English speakers, this doesn't have the language barrier whatsoever. I can assure you of that much. Let's move on to the final clue. So, genuinely, this isn't all Chelsea based. This is the clue is not Chelsea based. There is the word Chelsea does not appear in the answer whatsoever. Crodmo and Levi have both mentioned it is Noni Madueke. Noni Madueke is the final one. They're not all proper Chelsea. So they were all were alleged to use doping, says Hollyfab. That's a fine guess. Unfortunately, I think again because of allegations, it's always a little bit hard to work that in as a fair connection. El Norby has suggested that they're second-tier football players. Controversial indeed. John Waff says Veron was just ahead of his time for English football. United always had a rigid 4-4-2, and he was one of a three kind of midfielder. A wonderful player. I agree with you completely. He didn't fit in to the setup and what was expected of players in English football at the time. It's a real shame of the way it is, but thankfully he had an amazing career outside of England. So DM Bassist says they all have the letter U in their names. That is interesting, DM Bassist. I wonder if there's anything we can go further with that. Maestro says some emphasis on Noni there. There was some emphasis on Ricardo. Or I think I may have said their full names. Ricardo Quaresma, Juan Sebastian Veron, Antonio Rudiger, Noni Madueke. Were they winter transfers? Says Fabi. That wasn't the clue we're looking for. Do they all hate Wolves? Possibly. I don't know. Do they all have issues with their trainers? Quite possibly. I don't know that one either. So if it's Chelsea related, which I've told you it's not, did any of them racially abuse their teammates or international teammates' brothers? It's not that. I can assure you of that. So, Ladislav Almasi fan wants to point out that it's Chuk Nonso Madueke. Certainly, as far as he goes by, the name he goes by is Noni Madueke. I would definitely suggest that focusing on the idea of it being Noni Madueke would certainly help. So, U as a second letter is not right. It's not right, I'm afraid. When you say as a second letter, it wouldn't be in... so it's in Juan, but Antonio... So it's in Juan, but not Veron. It is in Quaresma as the second one there. It wouldn't be consistent, if you know what I mean. It wouldn't be consistent. I definitely push on the fact that they do all have the letter U in their names. Do they have any other letters in their names? I think might be the question. Do they have any other letters in their names? They use nicknames, says Al Norby. It's quite fair. We're not going along those side. So we've got gear wearers, we've got wrist tapes, we've got low socks, we've got headbands. I like the thinking tells of the tapes. That's not what we're looking for. Out Varby says two vowels, like next to each other. So you've got Juan Varane, Quaresma, Rudiger, considering the U as a UE in German, and Madueke. I see what you're going for. It's not that, I'm afraid. I'm not that afraid. Unfortunately, so RJ has been pipped to the post. Because RJ says they have all vowels. But Ladislav Almasi, just mere seconds beforehand, said all have every vowel. Which they do. Every single vowel is present in their names. Ricardo Quaresma, Juan Sebastian Veron, Antonio Rudiger, Noni Madueke. So today is not Friday, Musterman, says Al Norby. I told you reasonably early on that it's enough of a special occasion. It's enough of a special occasion. So Quadmo was shouting, we don't know what the answer is after the correct answer was given. That definitely deserves a round of applause. We've got double claps from Levi, double claps from Quadmo, Claps from RJ, claps from Holy Fab. Well deserved, Ladislav Almasifan. Marvellous, marvellous work there. And just as a little bit of a palate cleanser, we're going to go into, not guess the player, we've done that. We're going to go into Missing 11. Missing 11, we've got a new team here, and I've got to make sure that we've got everything ready to go. So how does this work? Let's explain. Before we do that, RJ has asked, why is not a vowel in English? It's not, I'm afraid, no. So people are throwing out guesses before we've even revealed, and I've got some bad news for you. If you guess now, before I reveal the game that we're looking at, I'm going to undo the guess on my end. So there's no advantage to be gained by guessing before the reveal. So this is how it works. This is a lineup. This is a team from a game at some point in footballing history. Your job is to guess which players were in the starting lineup of that game. It's a fastest finger type of game. You need to type your guesses into chat. Both works on YouTube and on Twitch, and if you get it correct, it will be automatically revealed. You're going to score a maximum of 5 points. 1 point for a correct answer. If you get 6 correct answers, you're still only going to get 5 points. So focus on quality rather than quantity. Essentially, is what we're asking there. In a few moments, it's going to be revealed. El Norby is still going to guess, despite that if El Norby is right, it's going to end up being undone before the reveal. So in a few moments, we're going to find out what the game is. BMA asks, what do the numbers mean? A fair point. The numbers are how many letters are in their names. So we've got there, both the numbers and the question marks indicate how many letters in a name. In terms of spelling, you don't have to worry about accented letters. So if a player has a grave accent over an E, you can type it with the accent, you can type it without the accent. It will pick it up both ways. Right, here is the reveal, coming in however many moments. Now, we're looking for the Germany team to play in the World Cup on the 8th of July 2014 against Brazil. And the guesses, and we're off. In comes Lahm, in comes Schweinsteiger, in comes Rafinha. Lahm, Schweinsteiger, Lahm, Neuer. We've got 3 on the Neuers, out Fabi, pipped everyone else to the post there. Maestro has gone for a little bit of Müller. There was some Müller. There was some Ozil as well from out Fabi. Out Fabi is showing off because he's throwing in the accents. He's thrown in the accent correctly for I can't pronounce Hervedes's name, so Hervedes. We've got Jerome Boateng. We've got Klose. We've got Khedira. Have we got all of them? We've got all of them already. Some incredible work there. Now, that was the fastest one so far. And to be fair, like, it's a very, very famous team. Now, I do have to ask, there is one bonus point. What is significant about this game? I couldn't even tell you that before you got them all right. But this is going to be a very, very easy one for people to get. As Levi has said, 7-1. My word, you guys absolutely demolished that. The fastest game ever, says Tales of the Tapes. It really was. It really was. My word, like, the moment it was revealed, I have not seen the name Lahm spammed into a chat box so quickly. Incredible. Incredible. Knight of Knee says, was this the Sieben Iron game? It was indeed. It was. What a... Oh, Brazilian Fury. I'm sorry. It had to be. We like to pick out significant games. Is it too late to suggest you cast your eyes away? I'm sorry, dude. So does anyone get the points here? Maestro, yes, we do indeed. We've got loads of points. I will be totting them up after the stream. I will work it all out, and it gets updated before Friday's one, so that the lovely bit underneath there. But in terms of the bonus point goes out to Levi. That's one I can definitely say. I saw that out Fabi definitely came in. He picked up some definite answers there with Neuer, with Ozil, with Hervedes as well. Oh no, he was beaten on Hervedes. Crodmo got in with Hervedes as first. Levi picked up Boateng. RJ got Lamb. Ladishavan Massey got Schweinsteiger. Let's see. Maestro got Muller. Maestro, you also got Khedira. Where else have we got? Whoa. Have I missed anyone else out? I feel who got... I've just said who got Khedira. Ozil. Who got Kroos? Kroos was picked up by Maestro as well from the looks of things. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous stuff. Yes, so, Brazilian, whilst you're still in, Knight of Knee has a question for you about recommendations for what leagues to load, because he's wanting to do a sport receive save. So he did ask a little bit earlier. He's over on YouTube, so you can't see it in the chat, unfortunately. Yeah, so if you're still around, Brazilian, he would love your input. If not, Knight of Knee, I would recommend heading on over to Brazilian Fury's channel. Head on over and take the Discord link and join his Discord. There you can ask away. Perfect. DM Basis thinks he got closer. It's quite possible you did. It does look like you did, actually. It does look like you did. This is why I don't tot up on stream, because it's a little bit harder to track. I do it before the next one. You would have thought that closer breaking the World Cup all-time goal scorer record during that game would be the bonus point. That's a fair point. I think that just like in terms of why do people remember that game, they remember it though for the result. For future games, what if you type multiple players in the same chat? It won't pick it up. Would have been me, but you typed Klose. Well, there we go. Sadly, it wasn't. It wasn't, unfortunately, Miroslav Klose. A mixture between Miroslav Klose and Tony Kroos. How dare they have names so similar? Kroos and Kolsa, baby. Even better one. How many different ways can we spell Klose wrong? Right, into our next game. It's against Hacker. And Nunes has played a game. All right, we need to unpick this team, don't we? So we need to find out. We're definitely going to be without Snore for a period because his contract, he can't extend his loan when his contract's past when his contract's expired. So we can't extend it, and we won't be able to get him in until the contract has expired. I don't know if we can register him either. So if he comes in, he would come in here. But the transfer window then won't open for a bit. So we've got Artie Marty. He's going to end up being our starter for a while. Right. Into this we go. Dejan, Reitnen, Billy, Enquist. No, we'll give Person the game time. Dahlstrom, Okereke even. Fortuna. Skoglund. Rockman's injured as well. So Karkinen. Lundberg. Martinen. How far? He's still injured. It's not back there. Enquist. Juhi is still a few days away. Rockman's a few days away. So Slayman. There we go. We only actually have enough players. We've got like a 25-man squad, and we're already down to just 15 players actually properly available for this game. Norden onto the bench, Mohamed onto the bench, and Jesper Lind onto the bench we're going with. Right. So it's impressive how you're able to do so many mini games for us. It does take quite a bit of time. Like, I think today it takes me about 2 hours to update everything for the stream, which is why I couldn't do it for those streams last week where I was doing 12 hours a day. I could not prep enough in time. This is why he made the beard trimming error. He was only thinking about stream prep. You're not far off, to be fair, Crudmo. It wasn't stream prep Prolasis, but I still didn't find out the plans for New Year's Eve until like 3 p.m. yesterday, and I had very little time to get ready. So me, as someone that likes to be prepared and plan and can struggle quite a bit with anxiety when I don't really know what's going on, I was very much in panic attack mode when it came to trimming the beard. Yes, and maybe not as careful as I would have been. Took a big chunk out, and almost had a meltdown. Let's see. So fans expect to win again. We carry the performance. No, we're going with the media one. We know players care about what the media say. So there we go. I have faith, and let's get this. So how is it able to pick up the names we listed in chat? By the way, I set up something that picks out things. I don't want to give too much information away in case people then start to try and game the system. But there's a very, very complicated set of scenes and various things that get revealed and hidden depending on certain things and all these permutations. It's not major complicated. I just don't want to give away the exact ins and outs. So you're still thinking I'm looking good. If it makes you feel better, your beard still looks excellent. I can't do this though. This was so comforting. But there we go. Beard trimming 6 out of 20. I'd call it a lot lower, to be honest. Man works 2 hours before stream and he's bullied for his beard. Bless you, my dude. But it's fair. It's fair. Scotland. Oh, Scotland. Come on. That was an absolute sitter. The commentary is right. But then that's part of the thing. It's like, we want to, I want to make this, you guys really, really seem to enjoy the mini games. I think it's quite fun. It's nice and interactive. We can go to a website, but we have no control over it. It's like, it's a chance to make it our space, make it something unique and ours. And yeah, so it's not just like something that everyone can do. It might take a little bit of prep time. It might mean that you get really annoyed. Karkinen's got to score that. Karkinen does score it. It's a lovely ball chipped over the top by Fortuna. And Karkinen, beautiful, dinked finish. Beautiful, beautiful. Here's Diane down the line to Fortuna. One touch with his weaker left foot. Dinked it over the top. Fortuna's contract is about to expire as well. And I think he's earned an offer. He has most definitely earned an offer after that. So I think it's something nice. Is this going to be a red card? I didn't see what happened, but that whistle sounded like a red card. It's just a yellow. He misses the next game. So when a player considers options at the end of contract, is there anything I can do or just sell? I've certainly had players that I've been able to sign new contracts to, even when they've said they're going to consider their options. I tend to agree with them. I'll say yes. Go ahead. I'm not going to stand in your way, and I try and maintain that relationship so that when it comes around to their contract expiring, if I plan on keeping a player until their contract expires, then at least I've fostered a good relationship, and they might consider staying. But I would very much accept that they're leaving, if that makes sense. Right, here's across Amadin. That's a well defended by Raitanen. We haven't dominated perhaps as much as we want, so we're going to demand more into the last 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes of the half. Here's balls with Tarlo. Cross to Freiburg. He's going to find Amadin surely. Amadin into Rogerson, a great first touch into the side netting. Kumecho got the block in. How many channel points do we need for a Mustermann grooming session? We can all pamper your luscious locks. That's a very, very, very creepy suggestion. 10 billion? I think we'll go with 10 billion. Loki looks like Arthur Morgan. I'll take that. I will definitely take that over many. Generally, it's Wurzel Gummidge, or Matt Berry has let himself go. So if you really didn't have the time to prep, it's fine if we do the games off websites. It just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. We appreciate the mini games prep by you. That's good here. So Ladislav, his player has massive value, so I don't want to risk going into the new season, but I want to keep. If he's got massive value, and he has said that he's going to opt out, you don't want to lose that value, then you need to sell. Essentially, you've got very, very little choice there. So if a player comes to you with the interaction, before you go into the interaction itself, offer them a contract and they'll almost always negotiate. you can then offer a new contract and go into the interaction and say, okay, fine. Interesting. I didn't know that. That's quite cool. Right, we've got 2 players booked. One of them is Vucinic. The other is Ikereke. We've been a little rubbish. So we're going to ask them to be more expressive. No, we're not. We're just going to up to attacking. Up to attacking is what we like. Do we bring off Ikereke? We bring off Ikereke. I don't like bookings. I really, really don't like bookings. So Foncel, a player that in theory should have been sold by now, is still here and essentially helping us out through a very, very difficult position. Granted, if we were able to sell Foncel, we would have looked to have bought someone else in on loan to play as the defensive midfielder. Amadin has space over on the right. He does a weird little turn to nowhere, but doesn't lose the ball as a result. Beautiful ball through. Rogerson, Snore with the save. Straight from kickoff. Hacker once again coming straight at it. We need to fire up with 2 passive lads. Two passive. Since I redeem all the time, only 10k in the bank. I'd need to then give you a situation where you can pull those points together. I might need to then go above 10 billion or whatever I said. Enquist with the corner. Lundberg gets the header just over. Lost Lookman last year. Now Skamaka need to be more proactive with these contracts. Definitely so. Or acknowledge that that's how players move on. You're like, in real life, there is that churn and kind of getting comfortable with the idea of losing players and constantly bringing in new and refreshing the squad isn't necessarily a bad thing. As much as it can be painful to see your favourite players go. Right, what are we going for the change here? I think... Now, I know we're winning, but I do like the fact that we can create chances by pushing up a little bit. It's just about having the players to do so. So, Fortuna out there is fine. Karkinen, we could potentially go with a Slayman-Lundberg partnership. Either Slayman up front, and Lundberg can play as an attacking midfielder. He's not got the pace though. Actually, he has okay pace. We can do that. Defensive midfielder, Fortuna. Then on the right, we're going to bring on... We're going to keep Skoglund outright. We've got the more defensive option there. I really want us to get a second goal. If we can get a second goal, then we can step off. So the only issue would be if they're unhappy. If it's just wants new challenge type 1, they'll negotiate. It's even good for team, at least in real life, to change players. Absolutely. The header easily gathered by Snore. We are now 20 minutes away from holding on. This has been far from a vintage performance from us. But as I said, these are the games we kind of are used to struggling in. A loose pass from Dahlstrom. But how on earth do you say that name? I can't even formulate it that quickly. So we send the ball long. Slayman into Dahlstrom, manages to pick it up. Again, another loose pass from Dahlstrom, but we have no options. We don't have anyone that can replace him. There's an accurate pass. Well done. Diane gets the cross in. Slayman can't get there, but Lundberg surely can. That's a penalty, ref. It is a penalty. Skoglund is our taker? Surely Skoglund is. He's taken a couple already for us this season. Skoglund steps up, and it's... Oh, that was close. If Albert Sanchez used his hands, that would have been a save. Albert Skoglund the goalkeeper kind of dived. Weird dive. Into these last few moments. We're pushing back again. This is where we drop back to our original system. On to positive. Everything else we can leave as it is. We'll swap those 2 back around. Can we survive out? Or do we need to bring on Nordin? Fortuna is tired. We can survive. We've got like 2 weeks until the next game. So the only worry is injury risk, but we can see through without having to worry about fatigue for the next game at least. For 4N71574R, Muster, you're not a fan of ball-playing defenders. I like ball-playing defenders when it makes sense for the system that we're working with. Generally speaking, though, I find that if you want to maintain control and you want your defenders to mainly recycle, they will be progressive and creative enough from deep if they've got the attributes to do so with the plain central defender role. Only really then need ball-playing defenders when you really, really need to encourage that level of verticality. So it's all tactical. We've won. We've won a game, and what that means is... There we go. Beautiful stuff. That's yet another win. Now, how did Larty get on? Because they're the team behind us. That Larty still haven't played. So that does open up a 4-point lead. Larty have a game in hand. HJK, Ekenas, though, don't. So that's quite nice. That is quite nice. 10 games played, just 11 goal difference. Let's click browse. We go into the international break. We lose our goalkeeper on an international break. And then we have our last game of the first half. Person is suspended for the next game. We might even have some players back from and fit. 2 weeks to go. That means we should have Queatenham back. We should have Savalainen back. We should have Juhi back. We should have Rockman back. Holmberg, I think Holmberg should be back. Stavitsky's still 3 weeks away. This is not going too bad. So, Adam, are we still top? We are still top. We are still top. We're unbeaten. 5 wins, 5 draws so far this season. So despite being unbeaten, not necessarily that impressive. Oscar Snore will be arriving. He will arrive on the 10th of July. I will try once again to see if we can... Yeah, we don't have an option to extend the loan at all, which is a shame. So we lose him for a little bit of time. Why is he missed for not meeting player target? I believe he's given up on trying. He's disappointed about playing and being unable to work towards his target. Like, he's a squad player. He's playing as a squad player, but not much. He doesn't get as many opportunities in the league. That is fair. They suggest that his actual playing time is impact sub. Okay, fair. Impact sub could be there. I'm not going to talk to him about it. Deal with it. Right, Snore, that's been there. And Bai was a player we looked at before. Daniel Rockman, we should definitely look to retain him, depending on what he wants. He wants a wage between 250 and 275. 100%. 100% we're happy to offer you close to the league minimum. 250 4 years, 275 4 years. Let's say no to the wage rise and down at the minimum. 300 down to 275. Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. Fonsell, Willie Nunes probably isn't going to make the basis. Lundberg, we'll have to see closer to the time. So, do we have an option to see Pro Streamer? Pro Streamer indeed. There we go. This has to happen at least once a stream, right? At least once a stream. Wrong scene. I disagree. I like his face. Me too, but we can't see what he explains. Giant Musterman confirmed. How long till he sees? 30 more seconds was said 2 minutes ago. Still going strong. Nice eyes. Musterman, the scene. Oi, Beardy. We can see the bad's trimming, though. You can see the bad trimming. Twitch needs an old school MSN nudge. It does. His Twitch about page is very accurate. I don't lie. Yeah, there we go. We've offered a contract to Daniel Rockman at £275 per week. We also want to see what the deal is with Fortuna. So he wants 575 to 800. Only wants a year contract. What do we say there? Might take a 2 year. Let's see what the deal is there. He wants that to be a fringe player. Now, they reckon he's just first division standard, but he's done that lovely little dink. He's done that fart boner. 500. I don't think we're going to be getting Fortuna. Down at 600. If we lock in at 600, he wants massive amounts. What was the previous offer? 230 up to 325. Bigger signing on fee. We'd go to 250. Unused, we go up to 150 from 140. Okay, he takes that though. Like the goal bonus, the assist bonus, I don't mind too much. And we have paid, that would be more in fees, but 600 is not too bad for the things he's been able to do. So just recap the last 5 minutes for us. That was essentially it. Thank God I'm so slow, eh? Because all we essentially missed was a bit of contract stuff. So Night of Knee, that was an awesome streaming moment. Perhaps a trim on the sides will enhance the current trim. Take that with a grain of salt, as I've not shaven yet this year. So Night of Knee, quite simply, I basically took out too big of a chunk when I was trimming. And what I've done is I've tried to keep the centre as long as I possibly can without it being too noticeable. Yes, I know that it needs to be tidied up properly, but the plan is to basically not have to trim back too much, get this to grow out. I can essentially get away with it when most of the time I'm on camera rather than in person. The Maestro has told us that he hasn't shat since last year. That's good news to know. So where were we? We keep the fart. We do keep the fart. The fart is what we need. The fart is what we need. Hopefully. Terrible joke. There's no such thing as a terrible joke, Maestro. I love it and I appreciate it nonetheless. Lundberg with second in player of the month. Sebastian Dahlstrom's Daisy Cutter wins goal of the month. I come second in manager of the month. And Enquist and Lundberg in players of the month. Oh, it's going to be so sad when Lundberg leaves, isn't it? It was supposed to be said on the 1st of January. Well, I mean, it counts. It all counts. Reitinen is out for 3 to 4 weeks. Thankfully, by the time of our next game... Larty drew their last game. You can't see it. Damn, this is the problem with the white in the colour scheme. A equaliser from Gnistan. There we go, 1-1. It's the man that I hate, Lee Heaton, who always scores against us. Doing some damage. Larty again, not really playing that well. So we've now got a 3-point lead at the top. Going into the... once we play the next game and we go into the second half of the season, we'll be in pretty good spot. We're almost definitely going to be top of the table with our goal difference. Unless we now lose really, really heavily, now that I've said that. Once again, another injury crisis. It's like watching a Yeti in its natural environment. This is why I'm Crodmo out sometimes. This is why I'm Crodmo out, sadly. By the way, Quavisa02, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Lovely, lovely to have you here. Oh, look at this. This could be our third youth intake that our best player is a goalkeeper. Well, hey. We would at some point, like any other position. So we've lost Snore. Snore is now not going to be available for the next month. I assume we're probably in a similar boat with Fortuna. Fortuna's expires on 18th of the 6th. So we lose him. After that game there, we lose him there, and we're going to miss him for a handful of games, which is, that's just part of what we've got to deal with. Hopefully, Stavitsky might be close to returning. It's going to be tight. Going to be tight indeed. More injuries. I know. It's crazy. That was one of Omdirk's. Crodmo would never say something like that. Of course not. Where was Slaymar from? Slaymar was from our youth intake. He's not okay, let's be fair. Slaymar is he's a cult film. Like, people really like The Wicker Man, the original Wicker Man. Not necessarily because it's a good film, but because there's something they find fun about it. Slayman isn't necessarily a good player, but he's called Slayman. Slaymar is what we thought Willie Nunez would be. Indeed. He's certainly got an opportunity to be a cult hero. Next season, he's probably going to be a very, very key part of our attacking options. I don't think he's ever going to be something that we call good. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. A bit like what we've got with Daniel Enquist, to be fair, as well. Like, Daniel Enquist has done some very good things. And what makes those good things good is that we don't expect it of him because he's a bit shit. So, Sissoko coming. Oh, Momo. We've got a young striker called Mohamed. So Momo could well be in the running next season as well. If we don't find replacements and we can't keep Bloomberg, maybe Momo is the man that replaces Slayman as the cult icon as well, possibly. There'll be a Duckman in the youth intake. Why will there be a Duckman? Am I missing something there? Adam will do a 10 gift subs if there is a Duckman. How would that work? Respect Soko. Is the Cackman Scout report back? Good point. We did get the Cackman Scout report back. Cackman here. It's not positive. We didn't get, so none of these are revealed fully. So we don't have, the only information we have with any consistency is that they reckon he's a D. I am now out of scouting budget. I cannot scout him any further. So there we go. He's dribbled. He's good at dribbling. He scores his chances. We could potentially bring him in. Would we have to pay an emergency backup? No compensation. If he accepts minimum, we'll bring him in. On a 1-year contract, just because he's called Cackman. And he says no. Okay. So yeah, that's the situation with Cackman, unfortunately. You saw it in a vision. That's all. Fair enough. Imagine Cackman, Fartuna, and Stavitsky on the right. Come on. It'd be incredible. I mean, just Cackman and Fartuna. Stavitsky doesn't have the same visceral nature to his name. He's just cool. But do the fart, man. FM Console is here. Good evening, FM Console. How are you, sir? Kids are now in bed. Hell of a day. I can imagine. That. Well, any holiday that involves having to deal with kids is always going to be one hell of a day. We're doing good. We're just coming up to the last game of the stream, because that will bring us to the halfway point in the league stage. We're top of the league. We haven't lost a game yet. Our defensive woes have been fixed. Potentially. I maybe won't go that far. But last season we played 27 games, conceded 39 goals. The season before we played 27 games, conceded 35 goals. Now after 10 games we've conceded only 5. A huge difference. The miracle of having a goalkeeper who's not absolutely arse and a second defender. Kumetio might be our hero. Possibly. It's not about the Stavitskys. Well, now, if this happens, I'll be scared of myself. If we get a Duckman, incredible. I'm going to see if there's a way that we can influence the names that come through. Because I can't just give them a nick. I don't have the editor enabled. I can't just give them a nickname, because then when we go to see their full name, you'll see that's their full name. You'll know I've cheated. But if we can find a way to manipulate it otherwise, maybe with an XML file, so none of you can work out the chicanery that's gone on, We will make it happen. We will absolutely make it happen. So here we are. We've got to the final game of the stream against KTP, newly promoted, but they're in 6th. They've started off really, really well this season. 14 points is pretty incredible. And we've got loads and loads of players injured and out. No person. Raikkonen's not really there. Goalkeeper issue. Kuitinen's on a fitness test. He's going to start. Enquist will be back in at left back. Otherwise, we might be okay. Edlund onto the bench. Lofgren is the backup there. That's a defender. Fitness test for Savalainen, but he should be okay. He can come in for Nordin. Stavitsky is too far off. Rockman, though, should be okay. He's in for Lind. Zhu, he should be okay to play some part. He's in for... We've got senior players on the bench. Senior players on the bench is a nice position to be in. The Kuitinen thing... Oh. Right. Fonsal in. The undersized Okereke in at centre-back because he can play there. Kuitinen to be an option off the bench. Holmberg onto the bench instead of... Lofgren is fit. Lofgren is fit for the game. There we go. That's what we're going with. Lofgren is a very raw player, but he can jump and he can tackle. He might be slow. This might be dangerous. I think it's definitely dangerous. Let's go for it anyway, right? Let's go for it. RJ says it's confirmed. Zanka goes to LA Galaxy, or 90% confirmed. Incredible. Invincibles incoming, says, oh, Adam, have you jinxed it? Oh no. Don't let our good run of form. Essentially, we're saying guard against complacency. Imagine winning MLS and the best you can get is Zanka. I mean, Zanka, it's not good, is it? It's not good. Let's fair. Adam, you believe. Now, do you believe in the possibility of Invincibles, or do you believe that you've jinxed it? Here we go. So the opening 5 minutes, nothing much seems to have happened there. They've had a shot. We aren't really making any inroads. 11 final third passes, but no penetration right now. Koppinen will take the goal kick, sends it long. Kumetjo wins his header. Lundberg is there. Akereke goes all the way back to Artie Marty. Plays it to Diane, to Lofgren. Nice first touch football. Karkinen out to Fortuna. Can Fortuna beat his man? He can't. He can play it inside to Karkinen, though. Can Karkinen generate a cross? Lovely bit of footwork. And Kupanen keeps it out. There's a free kick just outside the area. It's a harsh push. That's some better movement from us. We've not necessarily the greatest start, though. Enquist has now taken a knock. Obviously, we don't... Oh... I believe there is no jinx and it doesn't happen. We can all take solace in it being your fault. Yeah, there's no jinx. No jinx whatsoever, Adam. No jinx whatsoever. Right, Kuitinen could only play like 70 minutes, so Kuitinen is the man who's coming on. That's going to push Diane into the midfield. Kuitinen in at centre-back. We're going with a proper centre-back. Lofgren out wide on the right. Savalainen will come on at half-time. Then we've got kind of a relatively normal shape there defensively. Okay, maybe it'll be Dahlstrom's fault. Club reputation. Here's a Niska from the corner. Sends it in. An out-swinger with his left foot. Lundberg gets it clear, but Mika finds Niska again. Niska against the angle. A good block from Lofgren. Lofgren earning his keep here. But it's going to be another corner. Niska steps up. Left foot, out swinger. Headed away by Lundberg, but again, not enough purchase on it. Does Niska keep it in play? He does, but we managed to clear our lines. Linfors back to Ogunbaro, out to Pozzo Venta. Pozzo Venta is offside. Pozzo Venta is offside. Hashtag Adam out. Oh dear, Adam, what have you done? Crudmo in. So many out lately, and yet the numbers in chat keep rising. Well, I mean, I haven't looked at it before, like for the last 20 minutes or so. It's down to 45. It's down to 45 because we keep on. Oh, Lundberg. Oh, Lundberg. There we go. Gotta go, guys. See ya. Have a great evening. Lovely having you in, Maestro. Thank you very much. Hopefully see you on Friday. Maybe we will consider starting a little bit early again on Friday as well. That was the big chance, though. Lundberg, we're gonna have to hit them on the counter attack. It's gonna be nervy. But as I said, unless there's a massive swinging goal difference, we should be top at the halfway point. Better chances. We've got a decent hold of the ball. Just need to not be so silly. I'm happy with that. Lofgren's done okay, but this is going to be Savalainen's return. So we've got a proper right back, a proper centre back in. What would we do with? Do we make him an attacking role? We do. So we're going to have attacking players on both sides. We're not going to go meekly into the night. You know, we don't want to. I don't want to lose, but I don't want us to be passive. Right, Savalainen into Fortuna. Nice footwork to create space. Gets it back to Cuisin. Savalainen plays it inside to Diane. Diane across to Akereke. No one's attacking that space. That's the problem with the wide playmaker. Maybe we make the wing back more reserved, and we ask the wide player to attack the space. Someone really should have made that run down there. So Ladislav, our massive fan, says Crudmo's presence and Adam Jinx, no chance of winning. I mean, with what's happened in the game so far, a draw would be a very pleasing result now. Diane across to Savalainen. Oh, that was close. Savalainen inside to Diane. Diane to Lundberg. Lundberg's touch is brilliant. Gets it past the defender. Lundberg's shot though is shit. Lundberg's shot is awful. Keep everything crossed. You can't cross more than that. Indeed. Crudmo isn't even here. He's still in his room crying. Niska is going to make me cry potentially. It's a corner. This highlight was never that free kick. Let's face it. That highlight was this corner. Niska's outswing has caused us troubles before. And they're home. Oh, Artie Marty makes the save. Artie Marty, the hero. 67 minutes played. Just 23 remaining. Cross comes in. Lundberg gets it clear. Fortuna gets it clear properly. We've got to please. I can't bring. Like, Lundberg's defensive contribution means that I can't look to play somebody arguably more attacking in that respect. What we can do, though. So I've been happy with Skoglund. I'm happy with Fortuna. Fortuna, from what we've seen, he's done well with the ball at his feet. But we're going to bring on Rookman. And we're going to play him as an inverted winger on attack. So that he's going to be much more internal, pushing in that way. A little bit more pace, I think, as well than Skoglund. We've still got one more stoppage after this. I think we just narrow up a little bit. We try and push things into the inside a little bit more. Don't spread our own players wide whilst we're trying to attack. Thank you for the hydrate. Here's Lundberg. Lundberg with a shot. It's a good save from Koppinen. A good save from Koppinen. We've got to take our chances, guys. We've got to take them. Corner coming from Fortuna into the goalkeeper. 10 minutes to go. What change will we make at this point? Enquist is going to have to see the game out. We're going to pop you on support. Don't worry about running forward quite as much. We've only really got defensive players available. I mean, we've got Slayman, but Lundberg's defensive contribution is what we need. Adam Zhu, he is going to come on for... Right, let's bring Fortuna off. No, we'll keep Dewey out wide. That's our last change. We can do this, guys. We can do... Oh, maybe not. Throw-in. We lose it from our throw-in. It's Moen at the edge of the area. Shot blocked. Diane, can he get it clear? It's a free kick. Mika can't stay onside. I don't know what Mika did in that move. We are down to 9 men. We're down to 9 men. Thank you, Adam. I am not holding you personally accountable. That'd be very, very rude of me. But I'm holding you personally accountable. Queetonen steps in. What is he going to do? We're into injury time. There are 3 minutes remaining. Savalainen plays it back. They can't just send the ball forwards. We have nobody up front. So we will pass it around. Queetonen loses the ball. Areola point me through. Look, they've got a man through. It's offside. It's offside. Areola moves too soon. It's a free kick. A free kick is being sent in. Mika's header hits the bar. Juhi gets it clear. Niska heads it back in. It's fallen to Ogunbauer. Ogunbauer is offside. Ogunbauer is offside. Not your fault, Adam, but thanks. It is 100% his fault. 10 seconds remain. Moen plays it over the top. Is Mika onside? Mika is onside. Mika shoots from the angle. It's saved by Martinen. A huge save. We're past the time now. Please blow the whistle, ref. Mika swings it on. Kamecho gets there. Diane heads it away. Ref, that's time. That is time, ref. That is time. That is time. That is time. We have an ad. An ad has just started. An ad has literally just started because I didn't notice due to the tension. So you guys who are subscribed, you guys over on YouTube, you can hear me. Well, that was quite a tense end, wasn't it? Quite a tense end. That was offside. But I believe, Adam, Adam believes, good result considering. Those circumstances were very, very cruel. We have another injury. We have a red card as well. I'll take that. That result I'm happy with from you guys. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Sebastian Dahlstrom. You're a dick. Right, we've got a 2-point lead as a result of that. HJK won, FC Latte lost. That gives us a 2-point lead at the top of the table halfway through. Rogman is going to be out for 4 weeks. We're going to be in a situation where...
It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Adam.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
I was going to say, I get a feeling that's you feeling guilty, and now I feel bad for making you feel guilty. I'm sorry. But you've also then just said, my apologies for the bad juju. But yeah, you didn't have to. Bless you. Very, very much appreciated, though. That's gift subscriptions to Duke Marshall PW, to Why So Serious, to Svenny 1245, to Jimmy _, and to Cordy J. Really, really appreciate it. I assume that Valorant gave one as well. I can see that now. Valorant gifted a subscription to Ops, to Bauer Michael, but really, really, Adam gave that subscription. So there we go. We've got a little bit of an issue there. That's absolutely fine. We're going to lose Fortuna due to the loan ending before the window opens. We can't do anything about it because the window isn't open. Dahlstrom is going to get himself fined for half a week. There's the Ilves game apparently was an awful match. I'd say that our 0-0 was probably pretty bad ultimately, but we've hung on, and our next game is against VPS Juniors. That's in the cup. So I would say we'd be playing all our reserves in the cup, but we have no reserves right now. But that's okay. That's okay. We put these guys on. Dahlstrom doesn't get a rest. Dahlstrom definitely doesn't get a rest. He only played 20 minutes. Yes, Stavitsky should be back in a week. So he should be back for the TPS game. Whiteton should be back longer than 2 weeks. Queaton's got some game time under his belt. We'll be all right. We will be all right. We're just going to be a little bit squeaky bum for a month. You know, what's a month in a 22 game season? Who knows? Right. So Swashbuckler 87 has mentioned Simon Lingbo. He is insanely good for this level. Plus, he could be a good choice for the ESC. Now, that's all good and well. If we don't have information about Simon Lingo, we won't be... We certainly... Yeah, he's a bit too expensive for our level, I'm afraid, Swashbuckler. £10,000 per week is 10 times above what we pay a single player, unfortunately. But if we don't have scout information, we won't be signing players anyway. So that's... We don't have the budget, unfortunately, to. But that's all right. That's all right. That is... I mean, yeah, that 10,750 is 5/7, 72% of our wage budget. That would be incredible. But we've got loads of money, so maybe we could shift some of it over. But I do appreciate the suggestion anyway. Anyway, I said that the halfway point of the season is where we're going to end now. We have had a pretty good start to this stream. A pretty good stream. I'm scared of stopping. I'm genuinely scared of stopping because the next time we load open the game, it's surely not going to continue as well as this. We've won less than half our games, but we're top of the league because we haven't lost a single one. 16 goals scored in 11 games, 5 goals conceded, a whole host of injuries, but we're doing all right. So, same thing as normal. You lovely people over on YouTube. I'm going to end the stream there first, and then we're going to raid out from Twitch. So I want to say a massive thank you to you all for coming along. We're going to be back on Friday, maybe a little bit earlier than 7. I'm not 100% on that currently. If you've enjoyed the stream, though, please consider hitting that like button.